Welcome everyone. Welcome to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, May 13th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. And my name is Rick Crammond. I am the host on this workshop on every week at this time. And we address things of the Keshe plasma nature in this group, and it ends up being a variety of topics, generally relating to the teachings of the Keshe Foundation on the plasma science. That is the topic generally of this group. So, without further ado, let's try to get into it and see what anyone might have to offer for today's workshop to get things going here. Usually people will present something or have a question or some sort of topic to for us to focus on, to concentrate our attention, at least temporarily during this time. Okay, anybody have anything they'd like to open up? Quietness prevails. Well, it is in the early morning hours in European time. Kind of in the later hours Pacific time, but hopefully your time is somewhere in between. See what's come up recently. Well, we could, let's see, look at the bag of tricks. Bear with me a second here. I wanted to find something. There we go. One I haven't seen before. All right, let me get this up. Something I wanted to bring up that I think is important, so that's why I'm bringing it up. And it came up in a previous workshop and has come into my mind recently due to some videos I was looking at. And it's got to do with what has been called recently, the largest organ of the body. You know, we've talked about this here before, I believe, but most people have been taught for many years. Well, first they were taught for many years that the liver is the largest organ of the body. It weighs so many kilograms, and it, you know, by weight, that's what you would think. However, then at one point, the skin became the largest organ of the body. And that's the way it's been for many decades, I believe, until 2 years ago, when the scientists have discovered that there's a larger organ in the body. And that organ is what could be called the interstitial fluid, or the, I think it's called the interstitia. And I see at Wikipedia has an entry, I haven't looked at it yet, called extracellular fluid. And it also has some sort of listing for interstitial. Let's see what that is too. Oh, it comes from the old French interstice and Latin interstitium. Okay, let me make this bigger so we can all see it better. It's interesting.
In
This word,
between.
yes, this word is the in between. So interstice, or plural interstices, and it's a small opening or space between objects, especially adjacent objects or objects set closely together, as between cords in a rope or components of a multi-conductor or electrical cable, or between atoms in a crystal, or figuratively a fragment of space, or an interval of time required by the Roman Catholic Church between the attainment of different degrees of an order. That's strange. Or a small interval of time free to be spent on activities other than one's primary goal.
I wouldn't call it small at all. In fact, it's very much bigger than the cells themselves.
Well, depending, yes. Like in the atoms in a crystal, the space in between is much, much larger than the atoms themselves. But in cords in a rope,
also, just like in astronomy.
Yeah. So in the body, let's go back to the body idea here. The extracellular fluid, they call it here, which is, oh, I see. So the main component of the extracellular fluid is the interstitial fluid that surrounds the cells. So the extracellular fluid denotes any body fluid outside the cells of any multicellular organism. Total body water in healthy adults is about 60%, ranging from 45 to 75% of the total body weight. Women and the obese have a lower percentage than lean men. That's interesting. Extracellular fluid makes up about 1/3 of body fluid. The remaining 2/3 is intracellular fluid within cells. And then the main component of the extracellular fluid is the interstitial fluid that surrounds the cells. Okay. So it says that a portion of this fluid is blood plasma, at least of the extracellular fluid. Oh, I see. The blood plasma and the interstitial fluid are the two components that make up at least 97% of the extracellular fluid. And lymph makes up a small percentage of the interstitial fluid. That's interesting. I thought lymph was a very large percent of it, but it's a small percent of that interstitial fluid.
Have you ever looked at the percentage of different elements in the human body? It's incredible. We're all water, carbon, and hydrogen, and the rest is about nothing.
Yeah, that's right. But if you open up the body, you don't have water pouring out. You never see water in the body. But
Well, but
this
as soon
fluid
as
is
you
special.
die, you dehydrate quite a fast.
But you don't leak water all over the place.
No, but you get very much thinner. You lose a lot of volume.
Sure, that makes sense. And since we're so much percent water, some's going to evaporate and will leak out in certain places. But generally, generally this water is not really water. It's actually GANs, as we've been told and learned. And so it's basically, GANs and GANs water. We're bags of GANs water, essentially. So you mentioned the elements, for example, and that's part of what's so important about this extracellular fluid. In particular, it says the interstitial fluid, because this constitutes the body's internal environment that bathes all the cells in the body. The extracellular fluid composition is therefore crucial for their normal functions and is maintained by a number of homeostatic mechanisms involving negative feedback. Homeostasis regulates, among others, the pH, sodium, potassium, and calcium concentrations in the ECF, the extracellular fluid. The volume of body fluid, blood glucose, oxygen, and carbon dioxide levels are also tightly homeostatically maintained. So this is very important because in the presentation I saw, and I can't remember the doctor's name that was talking about this, but he was talking about just the pH of this interstitial fluid being extremely important. Like it has to be something like 7.485 pH. It had to be quite exact, and if it was up or down, especially if it was down a little bit from that, it was more acidic than that pH, then that would throw all kinds of processes out, and the immune system gets all out of whack, and the body loses its ability to fight germs and viruses, and so on. So this interstitial fluid is what he likened it to the septic system of the body. It bathes all the cells, and the cells are able to bathe in it, and it removes the toxins and various byproducts that are not required, and excretes them out of cells or out of the skin and other places in the pulls them out into the kidneys and liver and so on and so forth. So this interstitial fluid is extremely important. It surrounds the cells of the body. What else can we say about that here?
Rick?
Yes?
Can you go back to the part where it said the body fluid? Up a little bit, please. So it says the volume of body fluid is blood glucose. And then it mentions oxygen, carbon dioxide, which are not fluids, but gases. And so if you look at the amino acid, the voids are in a hydrogen position. So the spaces are not a fluid, but like you said, a GANs of a hydrogen, if that makes sense, or if you follow me that way.
Why would it be a GANs of hydrogen?
In a way, how we understand it. So where you have the elemental hydrogen, and then we have the second level of an element that I call it, is that we have a deuterium, and then we have, so there's, in other words, there's gradients of what we consider an element, and where here they're saying a body fluid, of glucose. Well, I don't believe we have liquid oxygen in our body or liquid carbon dioxide. It's just a way that they're trying to explain to you what is there, but what they can't explain. That's a little confusing.
It is. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you rephrase it in a way that I can understand it? They say, first of all, they say here, the volume of the body fluid, blood glucose, oxygen, and carbon dioxide levels are also tightly homostatically maintained, you know, by this fluid, let's say.
Of glucose, oxygen, and carbon dioxide, correct?
The levels of those, yeah.
But do we see liquid oxygen or fluid oxygen in the body, or fluid carbon dioxide? That's why I was asking that question, of whether that was seemed like that was a true statement based on what we're coming to understand.
Let me read it again. The volume of body fluid, the blood glucose, the oxygen and carbon dioxide levels are also tightly homostatically maintained. So it regulates, it says it regulates the pH, the sodium, potassium, calcium concentrations, and also the volume of the body fluid, the blood glucose, which is the amount of sugar in the blood, the oxygen level, which is just the oxygen is the gas levels can be measured in the blood and so on. That's one of the things they measure if the patient needs to be put on a ventilator and that kind of thing.
But isn't the image on the right of it the actual percentages?
Well, these are the fluids of the total body water in mammals. So there's the intracellular, which is inside the cells, which is 67%. And then there's the extracellular fluid, which is outside the cell, which includes the interstitial fluid, which is about a quarter. And then this mentions the cerebrospinal fluid, which is less than 1%. And then there's the intervascular fluid, the blood plasma, which is 7%. So this
Okay,
is just,
well, I guess you mentioned the spaces when you started the conversation.
yeah, let's see if we can find a better picture of that. Okay, we just did maybe. Let me think. Where did they actually show the fluid here? It's not as good as the picture I had yesterday. Let's see what else they have here. So
is the space interstellar space the K plus, or?
Well, it shows here the intracellular, which is inside the cell, would be the K plus side, and this would be like the skin of the cell, between the inner and outer part. The extracellular space is the interstitial. So this would show the ingoing and outgoing pumps, you could say, of the between outside the cell and inside the cell. It's like almost a skin, or well, it's the membrane of be the cellular membrane, basically. This is what's so important about the extracellular space. It's the receptor, you can see, for all these potassiums. For all these sodiums, the Na at the top there. And whoops. And the sodiums, on the other hand, being important to go inside through, we see it through the potassiums are going out, the sodiums are going in, and the sodium potassium pump is pumping them in and out and so on here. So it's part of the process.
Wasn't there a first picture that showed tissue with voids in them?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the one that that I had the other day, which was very nice the way it showed it. So I want to let me try to find that. Bear with me a minute here while we contemplate this. You can read that if you like. Just give me a minute here. I really want to find the other picture. Let me see. Okay.
Was that the picture from the testimonial?
I think it was in the testimonials we got into it. Yes. It's from a website. I'm just trying to get back to it, but I don't have quite the. Is that the one? Nope. There we go. So in the interest of science, I'm going to show this website and for critical discussion. An excerpt from this website, which has got a very nice picture of this whole interstitium thing. The site from Evolving Science called "Scientists Find the Largest New Organ in the Body" from April 6th, 2018, 2 years ago, basically. So it's about discovery of the newfound organ, and it's found to be the interstitium, which is found to be a macroscopic fluid-filled structure hidden among the connective tissues around the body. These were discovered scattered under the skin, in the lungs, urinary, and digestive tracts, muscles, and several other regions. Earlier thought to be just a wall of proteinaceous collagen, the tissues of this new organ have been described as more of an open, fluid-filled highway. As per the study, the interstitium consists of interconnected spaces, complete with fluid and a tight network of collagen bundles. So here we have a nice blow up of what that looks like. And we have the collagen bundles, which would be what normally we would be looking at under a microscope or some other observation that scientists and doctors and biologists would always be looking at the collagen bundles and evaluating the collagen, but they haven't really gotten the idea that it's the spaces in between that are more important than the collagen itself. And it is the spaces in between, as I mentioned before, looking at this picture, they're not like separate little bubbles. This is like as they mentioned, a open, fluid-filled highway. So it allows the influx and outflux of various entities of, various Maggrav strengths, you could say. Now, I also note that these are generally the same sized little bags of spaces, but they're all within a certain range as well. And that range would be of a particular resonant frequency, which is important to kind of realize, I think. So, and because it's all on the nanoscale, we end up with nano and microwave frequencies that are important in this body fluid, this particular body fluid. So anyway, they say there's applications in health and medicine. They mention here that they found this organ throughout the whole body, and this astonishing finding could play a role in the development of future tests for cancer detection and finding out why tumors invading this tissue affects the lymph nodes. And the reason for this, as explained by the researchers, is because the interstitium is a powerhouse of lymph that drains into the lymphatic system. So it could play a role in better diagnosis and understanding of the functioning of the body. And it's actually some pretty big news. The doctor said, Dr. Thais stated that scientists had some idea of these liquid filled spaces in the past, but they didn't know what they were looking at. That's a great line. This finding has potential to drive dramatic increases in medicine, including the possibility that the direct sampling of interstitial fluid may become a powerful diagnostic tool. So basically, that's it. You take a sample of the Gans, and that tells you the entire state of the health of the body. And I think that's a pretty incredible idea. And you can work with that. I mean, that's what naturopaths have done for decades and probably centuries, and others that are healers and that know how the body works. You work with the lymph system and you drain the lymph when there's a problem with having sickness and so on. You even partly right in the old days when they did bloodletting and they let blood out of the body.
So could you possibly go back to the molecular images?
Okie dokie. Like this one?
Yeah, so like the salts that you spoke about, the extracellular salts on one side and the intercellular salts.
Mm-hmm. So
And then
you can
pH.
imagine how important this membrane is and how important both the pH and the salt levels are in both sides here. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, and no, I just wanted to bring to your attention that we were talking about amino acid of the human, basically, and that's why I mentioned that one of the components, the hydrogen, wasn't mentioned in that part of the volumes of fluids, or the what we're trying to clarify with the levels.
Yeah, there will be hydrogens with all of this, because every time you see Cl minus, there's going to be an H plus nearby, let's say, from the just the separation due to the pH levels and so on. There's always straight hydrogens or hydrogen components that have charges.
And perhaps Mr. Keshe would say, even though we imagine the K goes from the intercellular to the extracellular, no particle ever crosses the layer of the lining of the lung or the lining of the stomach. So how do we imagine that to occur? We use MAGRAV field conditioning in a way of thinking, giving and taking, where you have the two salts or the potentials to transfer the energy pack from one side to the other, depending on the process that's involved. And in here they use a arrow and as if to say that the K does go, which the particle prep, but the field strength goes from one, and maybe in a way the hydrogen manifests like creating the neutron on the other side, if you follow me that way. And so we were looking at the amino acids of our cups and how we interact with the amino acids of the body, that how important amino acids that we create should be a part of what we're doing. And that's why when I was listening to the testimonials today, I didn't hear much mention about the amino acids as part of the process. And I just wanted to kind of point people back to look at that how very important it is to produce as much amino acids as you can to supplement that energy packet of the GANs, because the GANs need something to work with also. And the give and take between it and the amino acid is what keeps them both at a balanced level. I just kind of wanted to put that out there. And I was using this thought pattern of using the cell membrane or the interstellar fluid to kind of represent how we can visualize that process to help us learn more, if that helps.
Yeah, I think in this case, the cell membrane itself would be the proteins, the what do they call it, the proteinaceous colloids, or what do they call it, the proteaceous. Find there right now. I can't find where it said that. I read it at one point out about the proteaceous. What do you call it? I think actually it's in the other one. I think. Just have a look there quickly. Oh yeah, it was in the other picture there. It called it protein or proteaceous collagen. So the actual collagen bundles would be the proteins, and what's in between would be like the GANs or fluid-filled space. If we go back to the other picture.
And that's represented by the salts, right? The liquid.
The fluid-filled space, or the cell membrane. Like for example, we've got, let's look at this one, maybe it shows it. Okay, so we have these different protein channels, they call them, which are the transport protein. That's that hole that we saw before, basically. And then we have, there's a protein, surface protein, there's integral proteins. It's even carbohydrates on there. Glycoprotein, globular protein. So these proteins are part of that skin, or that membrane. So then again, we have the extracellular fluid, which is outside the cell, and then we have the cytoplasm. That would be what's inside the cell, and that keeps the fluids that are supposed to be outside the cell outside, and the fluids that are supposed to be inside the cell inside. This would be what, would this not be what the virus penetrates in order to get into the cell? Or at least they find it on the outside of the cell wall or inside of the cell. I'm not sure if they find it inside or outside, because they have to, and they don't actually find the virus. It's DNA fragments or whatever that they are able to find nearby a cell, apparently. Okay, so anyways, what else we can get out of that?
Can I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Krasimir here. I was wondering if we see the cell as an entity, as a plasma, and the cell membrane, would the cell membrane be the, as if we see it as the earth and the sun, if the cell is an entity as the earth, the cell membrane would be the surface of the earth, or would it be the atmosphere of the earth?
Neither.
But if it has
Well,
a soul,
I would say the skin would be like the surface of the earth, or the, you know, the surface of the cell would be like the surface of the earth, or the what do you call it, the membrane of the cell would be like the surface of the earth, and then the atmosphere around that that's the interchange between the earth and the atmosphere in a way. So we've got the we've got the interchange of water on the Earth's surface. It evaporates and drops back down. We have the lightning happening and transformation of energies, and different pressures are going on. Different elements are being deposited and being taken off the surface of the Earth, and so on and so forth. So there's an interchange of energies and elements, and but mostly different field strengths are being interacted with. And the same with the cell and with this interstitial fluid, it's what it interacts with. You can even see here with this drawing, it sort of shows, it's almost like the shell of the earth, and then you have this pressure going out. It's actually called hydrostatic pressure, similar to the evaporation of water from the surface of the earth. And then you have this osmotic pressure pushing the other way. And it's kind of a competition between them with this interstitial fluid. So it's somewhat similar.
thank you.
The reason I said neither is because it's a Gans. I know it's you were using the visual imagery of the Earth and the surface of the Earth. I understand that in the atmosphere, but I looked at it as the states of matter, where you have the solid, a liquid, and a gas. When you speak of the Gans, you speak of the like when you see the the satellites of the atomic structure are spaced out more. That's what's interesting about none of these pictures. You don't see the voids between the cells or between the molecules or the atoms. That's the thing that all these pictures miss, is that they can't quantify what isn't there. It's a way of saying it. I know that sounds a little crazy, but it's when you look at that picture that you just showed, all the bubbles of the tissue, the cell membrane, or what about all the gaps between every little shape that is shown? That's what
You mean the
need to,
gaps in here? And
everywhere that there's not an object that you can see, that's visualized. There's no there's no visual imagery that can replicate what is the voids between it. So they just, they show everything that you can, all the geometry of all the shapes that you see, but what's in what's in between all those things that you don't even think about. It's like the atmosphere, it's invisible, it's not there. It's the hydrogen that I was trying to explain, is that that they can't quantify in this. There's the hydrogen is missing. And in a way, you look at the molecular hydrogen and the atomic hydrogen, or you go smaller to the nanohydrogen, but we go to the Gans, which is not a state of matter. It's not a state of biology. Well, it is in a living sense, but that's what makes it a Gans. And that's what makes it kind of difficult to look at these pictures, is that, okay, we see everything that we're looking at. We see all the geometric shapes of spheres and cylinders connecting things, but then think about all that's not there. That's allows you to see those geometric shapes, about the gaps.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
And that's try to visualize that. That's what they hadn't quantified as part of the cell membrane of the amino acids, that's not being shown. So they use these pump tubes to represent how the transition is when you have gaps, it's like a superconductor, there's no resistance, the energy just transfers from one side to the other, so to speak. Whereas the sodium turns into a phosphor or another element, and there's no explanation because there's no actual physical transformation. And so when we look at how we understand the Gans, it's not a solid, it's not a liquid, it's not a gas, it's not a matter plasma, so to speak. It's something different. It's a combination of all of them as one. It's a void. It's something different. So just trying to throw that out there to maybe have people see that, if they can see that, or if they can follow that, because I know that's kind of hard to follow.
No, I think I understand. My logic is that if we have the cell as a separate entity, it needs to have the principal matter, then it has the transitional matter, and then it has the matter. And if it is an entity, it needs to have, as you say, this space gap between the other entity, because they would have this Coulomb barrier. And my wondering is, where is this barrier? Is it between two cells, let's say, that they could not be exactly stick to each other, but they would have to have their atmosphere, their space gap? Or this space gap is rather between the cell and the liquid outside? But if I look at the cell membrane, this transformation that is happening it looks like the transformation of the fields that are raining amino acid from the sun going through the atmosphere of the earth. So the cell membrane somewhat resembles this process. So I was wondering if not the cell membrane in a way to be the atmosphere, but just in a liquid, in the liquid of the blood or the other liquids of the body.
And it could be, but you have to now try to understand a new condition where we understand is a state of matter, but not a state of matter, where you don't have individual matter states, you have multiple matter states, but not matter. That's what makes it so hard to define. And that the gaps, where you looked at it, you had geometry and you had solidified entities of something to look at. Then you have the spaces, which are total chaos. They're not geometry at all. They're fluid, ever-changing geometries. There's no set to it, and that's the voids that I was trying to have people see.
Fractal.
Which is
fractal.
That's another geometry.
So you can see with the blown up picture on the right here, this is of the nanomaterial. And Mr. Keshe, this is of the Iranian tests that they've done with the nanomaterial. And Mr. Keshe pointed out not this lovely crystal structure on the left-hand picture here, but he outlined in yellow the spaces, the voids. Those were the important things to Mr. Keshe. He didn't care about the rest of the structure. It it was these voids and what they could do, what they could carry, that was important. And I note that quite a similarity between the structure of these voids and these fluid-filled spaces inside of our bodies. And if we look at the other picture and compare it, this is a picture of the universe, essentially, or I think it's about 30,000 galaxies of the universe, one spectrum of the sky. And they put a program on it in a certain way, and it ended up being this like a mycelium network, lattice work of energy connections. But it turns out that when you look at it, and they even noted it in the article, that it was more important not the connections, but the voidnesses that are in between, because that indicates that there's actually something in those voidnesses that are preventing those connections from taking place in those areas. So perhaps in a way they're more important than the physical entities and the connections themselves. Now, in terms of, you mentioned Gans and so on, but also in the body we have the nanomaterials such as the bones, and I believe this collagen, what's called collagen, would be the nano as well. So in essence, it has a nano structure, but it has the Gans embedded within the nano structure, which is almost like the Gans coated nanostructures that we use, for example, with the Maggraph coils and other some of the health pain pens and that sort of thing.
So where you have a Gans that's of a tissue, you have the gaseous state, the liquid fluidity, and the structural solidity all at the same time that manifests as like the collagen. So it's trying to understand how Gans is three conditions, not one individual condition. That's what makes it unique. It's three conditions when it's living tissue. And you see it, and they don't know how to explain it. And not that I do, but I'm trying to explain it.
What do you mean in three ways?
Okay, so
How do you see that again?
okay, so
I see the Gans as the fluid-filled space here. Do you see it as something other than that?
I see the whole thing as a Gans, but you almost want to see it as different gradients of Gans, if that helps you.
Well, if there was a bone there, would you call that Gans too?
Absolutely.
Well, I wouldn't. I would call it nanomaterial like Mr. Keshe does.
But is there a
Now,
difference?
the bones can create the, they create the, what do you call it? In the center of the bones there,
Well, do you call it a nanomaterial because it's solidified?
Marrow.
the marrow, thank you, yes. Well, do you call your plates the Gans? The plates in your, and coils in your one cup, is that the Gans? Is the whole cup the Gans? I don't think so. So the idea of the skin, for example, is it's not all Gans, but it's 3 layers. So you have 2 nano layers, similar to a leaf of, a leaf on a tree, where you have an upper layer, you have a lower layer, and you have the stuff in between. And it takes that nanomaterial to be the support, you might say, or the to allow the gradient with the that creates the process inside, similar
Well,
to
I think we tried to have this discussion before about it, and the question was, what do you call the nano coat of copper? Do you call that a Gans, or do you call it something else? A Gans of copper?
I don't call it a Gans. No, I call it the nano coating. I call it the nanomaterial. It's the it's not the Gans, no. The Gans is formed from the nano-coated plate, from the results of the field forces of that special field created from the nanomaterial.
So if you ran the animation where it shows the nanocoating process in the animation where it shows the copper substrate and then the molecule turns black as it elevates as a satellite.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call those black little satellites?
I call them nanomaterial, copper oxide nanomaterial.
So that's a copper oxide.
Sorry, you cut out there. It's a copper oxide what?
Gans?
No, it's copper oxide. It's copper nanomaterial. It's the nano coating. The nano layers is not Gans. Gans is a gas in a nanostructured state. It's not a nanomaterial. So the nanomaterial can present the field forces between them, so that you have the nano-coated copper and the zinc, for example, is a good example. Just between them, you have the field forces that create the CO2 Gans or zinc oxide Gans.
Because I believe I heard him say at one time that it was a Gans of copper. Not in the traditional what we're looking to, where we created it with a nanomaterial. Like if you took two copper plates, you'd get something. I'm talking about the first thing that you created in the process was what we call nanocoating the copper. And is that first thing that you created a Gans to produce another Gans? See, that's why I ask you about, what do you consider that, atomic or monoatomic? Is it something different than we've ever seen before, that nanomaterial on copper?
What do you mean different than we've ever seen before?
Well,
I would call it
it's
structured in a different way. You got three different structures: a solid structure, nanostructure, and the Gans structure.
I've never heard of the actual copper nanostructure referred to as Gans that I recall. Does anybody else remember that? Or
well, the copper oxide is a nanostate.
Mm-hmm.
It's where it dissolves in the water, and the nano covering is something in between both of the solid and the nanostate and Gans state. That's why we use it as a way of liberating the copper or any other material.
Yeah, it creates more elbow room, what I call elbow room for the entities on the surface. Like, I mean, we could look at that video if I could find it. Where is it? I don't know where to find it here. Let's see.
I hope I'm not taking you too far off the what you were trying to talk about, Rick.
No, this is all good. This is what we need to talk about, because I just want to establish that we have these fluid-filled spaces inside of our bodies that are full of Gans, and that there are particular size spaces of the nano size, and it's a full network of, it's a fluid-filled highway, not a bunch of little bags, and it's therefore it has communications and has to maintain a very strict pH range, and otherwise all heck breaks loose. And that's influenced by quite a few things, including everything from diet and environment, air pollution, water pollution, and even EMF fields. In fact, especially EMF fields.
Rick, if we consider the heart works with a variation of the pH from acid to alkaline, and that's the way it pumps, you may get the same work between this, all these interstitial spaces. They sort of pump between one and the other.
That's exactly right, John. And that's why the importance of the pH and the salt contents. And when they get out of whack, then basically you start to lack oxygen. And because it's no longer delivered and able to get out of the cells properly and so on and so forth, it's get clogged up. Everybody knows what it's like to be clogged up when you're so full of mucus and you're feeling sick and everything. You're more susceptible to getting sick when you're clogged up. And you sometimes, if you know you've eaten too much or you've had too many treats, let's say, and you start to feel unwell, usually we get clogged up with mucus, and if you don't allow that to get flowing again, then that can result in some severe illness of some sort or another. This is one of the main ways that naturopaths and others provide wellness for people, is draining that whole mucus and the interstitial fluid, essentially, and getting it back into the proper shape.
I would also say one of the side effects of a coronavirus, where you gellify the blood, you sort of gellify all these interstitial spaces, so you don't have
exactly right, John.
And also with a 5G energy, where the oxygen inverts its polarity.
Yeah, that's right. That's what, according to this one doctor, that's one of the things that affects this interstitial fluid. And it's been affected by all the G's, not just 5G, and it's EMF, because the whole system works off of, this is interesting, the whole system is tuned to the Schumann harmonics, the Schumann frequency, which is basically the vibration of between the Earth and the ionosphere of the Earth. That 7.83 hertz, very low frequency. So these fluid-filled spaces are tuned into the Schumann frequency, and they're also tuned into some higher frequencies at the same time. They have this cross-frequency thing going on that's very sensitive, and that's why other frequencies can sometimes interfere with the processes going on. But we don't want to get into that in too much detail, because anyone that mentions such a concept in the YouTube or Facebook these days, basically you get shut down for associating 5G with the coronavirus, which is not allowed right now. The powers that be will not allow that association without paying the price of losing your account, or at least the video. And some people lost their whole accounts just because of that relationship. So it's something important when people are having their accounts taken down for it. So I would say look into it, and you'll find your own reasoning and your own, you can find your own science that way. I think it's best that people do their own research, and that way you run into the things that you will need the information you will need to find. I found some interesting things, and I got satisfied in many ways. So.
And so mentioning the pH, you mentioned the pH. So if you go back to what you were saying, if we look at 7 as the baseline of the neutrality. And on one side you have acidic and the other side you have alkaline. The more acidic the fluid got, the more destruction or the damage that the cell takes, as opposed to if you go to the alkaline condition, it's more of the healthier position of the cell. It
Right.
adds to it. It's the gravitational aspect of the alkaline manifests the fields to produce the actual biofusion in the atomic structure of producing cells instead of destroying cells. I just wanted to
It's
throw
a higher
that out.
You get a higher gradient with the alkaline condition, and it's actually a voltage gradient. They measure the voltage of the cells now as an indication of the liveliness, the life of a cell. You can take a plant cell that's alive and fully alive and measure it. It has a certain voltage, and then you take that same cell as the plant is dying, and the voltage drops, right off radically, and you can literally see when the cells are dying. And you can do that with humans and tell, when people are ready to croak, basically, from the voltage of the cells. I mean, we know it as humans too. You can sense when someone's losing their, what we call their life energy, their chi, their magnetism, their essence. You can tell when that's when somebody's older and sick, and they're on their deathbed, we call it, and we know that somehow. But yet, scientists can measure that as well. It's a common kind of idea, but this is really what's important, is this pH balance, and of course the balance with the salts and so on. And it's really I find it's a huge idea. It's like the salt of our 1 cup 1 life, and how important that is in the interaction between the nano of the nano covered copper, and then the zinc, and then the copper coil or plate or whatever setup you have. It's that interstitial fluid between the plates that is in a way so important to create the manifestation. You can do the setup without the fluid, you can use plain water, I suppose, and you might even get some Gans after a period of, probably a long period of time. And as the salt concentration increases, you get a faster result of Gans and so on. But what about no water? Then there's still, the plates are still there. There's still a field effect happening, but it's not as pronounced. It doesn't manifest things the way it does with the saltwater condition, which provides the conditions for pulling in the CO2 from the atmosphere and manifesting the zinc oxide and so on. It's the right field conditions for all that to occur. So in the same way, in our body, we have the field conditions from our nanostructures that create the Gans material. That's the fluids that are in between all the structures, including the blood that flows through the veins and arteries, and the fluids in our lungs, the fluids in our, between all the cells, and then of course the fluids of the kidneys and other organs and so on. We're nothing but a bag of fluids with some structure to hold it all together.
Excuse me. Yeah, and that's what makes viruses interesting, is so if we looked at the pH where we know acidic is going to bring us into a state of destruction, basically, of the cells breaking down, this virus actually pushes us in the alkaline direction, to where we create those fluid-filled spaces that have a salt in them, pushes the calcium ion to manifest. So it changes the salinity or the alkalinity of the cell. And how we reduce that biofusion is to create a GANs that is weaker, that draws that energy pack off of it. So that's the thing. The virus is not biological. That's what I think is a lot of people are going to have a hard time with. It's not biological in the sense of a protein, but it's an energy pack, more of a plasmatic not configuration, but manifestation. I know. See, and that's that whole going back to all these different definitions that I wish we could come to some kind of agreement.
In order to come to agreement, then you and I have to be on the same page. Let's say we have to be in agreement that either we're going to look at this on the matter level, or we're going to look at this on the biological level, or we're going to look at this on the, some level. So as Mr. Keshe has laid out and we've discussed before, we have the matter level, which is kind of the base level. And that's, basically what we're kind of looking at in these pictures and so on.
Well, that's what I was trying to interject, is that the inertia level, that I call it, which is the matter state, then the intermediary, which is the matter state, and the transitional state, or the Gans state, and then you have your gravitational magnetical condition, which is not a state and it's not a part of the matter. It's outside that. It's the void. It's the nothingness, in a sense. It's the field strength of the primary plasma. Like was not
nothing necessarily, but just not tangible
in our dimension
manifestation, let's say. Yeah.
And that's that's why I was trying to go back to that, our first creation of anything was the copper plating, the copper nanoplating. And that first black satellite that we created was not something that we had seen before, in a way that it wasn't an oxide, because an oxide will only act in a certain way. This had another feature where it could provide that elbow room that an oxide wouldn't do. That was what I was trying to say. That's the space gap between the elemental copper substrate and the material that's created that is of another. It's a GANS. It's something that doesn't fall into traditional matter physics,
or
particle physics.
First, you got the matter level, which would be the copper itself, just the bare copper, let's say. Then you have the nano is the next level up or level down, depending which way you look at it. It's the next level up, let's say. Then I call it degrees of freedom, because the actual entities, call them atoms, call them plasmatic units, or magrab balls of energy, or whatever you like to call them. Science likes to call them atoms, but they don't know, they can't agree on what they actually are. But in any case, they're this tiny little entity that manifests as atoms. And then we move into the nano, and it's another degree of freedom. It's like you say, these little black, looking, this black looking structure is freed up copper atoms. So now they have the elbow room. They've got some room. They can move around a bit, but they're still attached to that matter level structure. They do not have full three-dimensional freedom to move around. What they have done is create gaps, and those gaps can support a plasma. So then we move into the next level, where we create the Gans material, but it's created from that nano covered plate that creates a plasmatic field, and another plate that has its field. And between the action of the two fields, we create this Gans material. And then if you can understand the Gans having more degrees of freedom, it's now able to move around in this flux of the the fluid of the water and the salt, and it's moving around. It can move in, you shake it up, it just scatters in all directions and forms this white cloud inside. And then it's, slightly heavier in the water, and it gradually kind of settles out and so on. But it's very distinct from the water. It's its own, and it's still a particle in the sense that it's still the matter level. It's the gas, and a nanostructured state is still a matter state, but it also, like you say, is the in-between. It's the go-between. It's able to carry the fields. It's its own sun in itself. So it's the Gans is a special material that would be considered in the third category, according to the way Mr. Keshe laid it out at one time at least. And then, of course, we move into the fourth category, which is the plasma. And that is beyond the Gans. The Gans can contain the plasma. We can extract the plasma from the Gans. We can work with plasma in through using physicality objects and so on. But the plasma is a different level. It's another range of degree of freedom. It's another whole set of energies, set of fields, field strength. And then you get into the realm of being the plasma manipulator, where you have control over that plasma, and over the nano, and over the matter level. You're sort of the master of the universe at that point, if you can actually control those plasmatic fields, because that's what makes up the entire universe, basically. So that's kind of the way I look at it, in terms of we can have that perspective from any of those points of view. If we take it from the matter level point of view, especially on this right hand, this picture here that we see, is that sharing properly? Yeah. This is the way the scientists have created these pictures for years and years, with little balls, indicating these, like they're actually physically little balls. But if you were to take a microscope and look at these, you wouldn't see a bunch of little balls. You would eventually see, well, nothing, because there's such a small amount of actually what appears to be matter within these balls. It's, if you look at it, it would be like a football field with a thimble, or a tiny little pea in the middle of it, as far as a ball goes, and that pea's whizzing around. It could be anywhere within that sphere, but it's not the sphere itself. There is no sphere, when you get right down to the atomic level. But that's the convenience we use for these drawings, and this nice little vortex chute here that shoots these potassium atoms through it and so on. I think if we were to look at it on those levels, it wouldn't exactly look like this. This is just a representation. And so this is the fallacy of the matter level point of view. We keep thinking it's all a bunch of little balls all hooked together. In a way, they're starting to look at it a little bit in the nano here. We've got two layers. We have a upper layer of nanomaterial, you could say, and a lower layer of nanomaterial, with these gaps and threads in between that seem to link them together, and that creates a certain gradient between them and so on. But it's not a true representation. Then we could look at it as, well, it's all plasma. These are plasma balls, plasmatic fields interacting. They aren't actually balls at all, but they're, plasma fields, plasma field strength structures, which, and if you have the plasma point of view, everything is plasma. There is, even the nano level is plasma, even the matter level is plasma. It's all plasma, 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 because the whole universe is made up of plasma. So, but to those who only see the physical, they would say the universe is made up of the physical. But if you were to say that of our solar system, that the solar system is the planets, and that's the solar system. Well, and the sun, and think of them all as physical entities. But yet the sun is, they say, plasma. So if the sun is plasma, then relatively the Earth and then the other planets, compared to the amount of plasma in our solar system, then there's 99.98% plasma and only 0.02% physicality, matter level. And that's what they say is true of the universe. It's 99 or 90, I forget if it's 98.2 or 99.82, some very high percentage of plasma, and the rest of it is matter level. So there's, you know, less than 1% actual matter level stuff in the universe, but that's all we ever used to think was out there. We thought that, you know, there's nothing in between the galaxies, nothing in between the planets, nothing. That's what we call it, space, voidness, nothing there. But now more and more we're finding that there is something there, and more in the nano level that you look, you see there's wild and varying energy levels, and the closer and smaller you look, you see that the voidness contains incredible energy levels. And now they're saying that basically a cubic centimeter of space has enough energy to supply the Earth for many, many centuries, all from 1 cubic centimeter of space. There's so much intense energy packed into it. So which level would you choose to look at is my point, I guess, in this long discussion. We can choose to be at the matter level, like Mr. Keshe says, something like 90% of the humans of planet Earth see things in terms of the matter level. And then something like, I don't know, 5% see it in terms of the nano materials, the nano level. You can see things with a little more freedom, a little more degree of freedom in our perceptions. And then there's those that are able to see the Gans level and the interconnectedness of and separateness of things at the same time as being connected, and seeing the energy levels of these tiny little particles, and so on. And that maybe they're starting to feel the fields and actually sensing the presence of plasma fields. And then we start to get into feeling fields and sensing the presence of various fields. And people have talked about sensing the presence of the coronavirus fields. And in that case, you're not dealing with the matter level, you know, spit and cough particles that are being extruded out into space that you're worried about. You're worried about the field effects of that entity, which is an entirely different ball game than the matter level effects that most of the doctors and scientists have been working on. They're not thinking of it in terms of a field effect or something that is separate from any kind of tiny little particle that they call the virus, which they have not isolated, by the way. They have not taken a picture of this virus or any viruses, actually. The pictures you see are something that comes out of the cell that they call a virus, but it's not necessarily an actual picture of a virus and so on, which is not alive, by the way, so they say. So yeah, we've got this
Well, is the question, how do you capture non-tangibility in imagery?
it
A
depends.
good example of that would be homeopathic. The more you dilute the chemical structure, the stronger the field effect of the homeopathic particle.
Right,
Now,
good point. But also, what about in the GAN scare, the 1 cup 1 life, let's say, aren't we capturing the GANs, which is the result of the interaction of the fields of the nano and matter level materials that are in the cup? And plasma too, we're told that, and we can expect that salt water solution is a plasma environment. It's created all these. We look at the ions here, for example. That's what science is a plasma, is an ionic or a structure of ionized gases.
I think
I'm sorry. The reason I keep trying to push this is that I'm trying to help you visualize how the amino acid of the cup can provide the energy to the stomach as far as feeding, and how the field transfer works. That's what I was trying to get to. I gotta do something for a few minutes. Excuse me. I don't mean to leave by
Okay,
saying
I
that,
see.
but okay.
Oh, that's good. Thanks. That we can go with that for a bit.
I think it gets confusing because we're talking on different perspectives of, first there's a structural physical level, and then we can talk about it chemically, and we can talk about it on an atomic level, or a polarity level, or electro or a magnetic level, and then also the plasmatic level. So for instance, in the image you have on the screen, I agree with you that if we were to look at it truly through an electron microscope, that we would see a lot more what we call void spaces, and we would see a clearer relationship of the size of those what they call void spaces, which is actually a great presence. For me, my experience is what they call the void is consciousness and soul.
It's almost a contradiction
because
in terms,
the
isn't
human
it?
being has the physical reality and the soul reality. But I think it would be beautiful to see that image in an electron microscope areas, or what we call the plasma shapes. Like that beautiful one with the dancing balls of Gans, feeling that as it gets more diluted, in one way, the field strengths become much more refined and influential. Just because we can't see something doesn't mean that it doesn't have a very profound and extensive effect. And I think because the effect is less, we think it's less, kind of like homeopathic. As it gets more diluted, it becomes more powerful. I think that's also true of the plasma.
Well, that's a really good point, I think.
Because I think if you hang up the nano coil and the copper coil and the zinc coil, and you just hang them in the air from a string, you're still getting a very profound plasma field effect, but it's on a completely different field strength that we have really yet to recognize how profoundly influential it is, because we're looking for a more dramatic, obvious physical effect, because we're so used to looking through our physical eyes instead of through the eyes of our soul, and really closing our physical eyes and feeling. that's why people are beginning to feel the plasma fields, as I'm beginning to feel them more and more and more deeply and in more refined ways every day. It's quite profound.
Yes, I agree. That's, I think that's very, very important. Okay, I know where I can find the video, so just bear with me a minute here.
I remember in high school, I was studying Taoism and and Chinese brush painting, and how the most important part was the empty space. That's where all the energy was. That was the space that was more important when you were painting than maybe the flowers or the stems or the leaves. It was even more present than the air or the color of the sky. That there was an energy there. So I kind of grew up in that reality of feeling and recognizing the presence of the void was not a void, but was a great presence. Just like if we have a cup, you can't drink out of a coffee cup if it's just a solid cylinder, that the value of that coffee cup is the void inside, which makes it so functional. And that's why the plasma fields make the structural fields functional, because they're interacting.
Yep, that's exactly right. They form the cup for that fluid, plasma fluid to fill the cup, you might say. Okay, I found the video. Let's see if I can find the point in the video where that's, there we go. So I'll play through the whole part about the nanomaterials here, which is, this is in the Understanding Plasma Science, Part 1, September 25th, 2017. Let me get the link up so that people will have that.
Do you know who put that video together? It's very profound. Who made that?
Yeah, I think Lisa did this, but a number of people worked on it too. A number of us actually worked on that nanocoating video. We wanted to make it as exact as we could with the information that we had at the time. So it was a bit of a challenge considering, but we did a pretty good job, I think, with the end result. So this is, let me just put the link in first before we begin.
Because it not only shows the static images, it shows all the interplay of the void spaces and the structured spaces and the polarity relationships. It's amazing.
Yes, indeed. It's hard to get all of those in one go, let's say. Okay, but let's give it a go here. I think I've got it lined up proper.
Just a quick question for Susan. Susan, are you familiar with the block wall or the intermediary between two polarities, like as an equilibrium zone? Do you understand that concept?
Yes.
How a void can exist without a polarity or with all polarities. Kind of like an intermediary in a way. So as we watch this video, the transition from the polarities to an intermediary or an equilibrium state is what manifests the creation of the neutron in that copper atom to become something else.
Not sure I understand.
Yeah,
what
that's
you're
a hard
talking
one.
about.
That's it's hard to get it out. I'm
I've
sorry.
never heard of it before. So
So the neutron is becoming what?
what neutron are you talking about here? In the copper atom, or a different concept of neutron and
In the
regards to
copper atom,
plasma?
so it's the isotopic, it adds to the isotopic quantity of the copper to make it something more than copper.
So you're talking on the atomic level.
In a way, yeah. If that's
Yeah,
easy.
and you can see that in this video. If we play it here, you can see where that comes in. The gaps are different between all the copper atoms because of that isotopic difference, because there's literally thousands of combinations of copper atoms in the way that they can manifest with their isotopes and their energy levels and so on. So
Yeah,
let's
so
play the video with that in mind.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say for Susan. So just to summarize, instead of the polarity state, there's also a polarity condition. There's also a third condition, which could be an equilibrium or a intermediary. That's why I just wanted to see if you had ever experienced, because you said you experienced the void, and it's not a polarity condition. It's something else. There's a third condition that I want people to see in our binary, not in our binary thinking, but in our way of understanding, in our paradigm. There's a third condition that we're becoming aware of.
Yes,
Not sure what you mean.
I think that's also present in the universe when we look out into interstellar space. There's those intermediary boundaries.
So between the sun and the earth, you have an intermediary, you have a equilibrium.
Isn't this the atmosphere of the infinity loop, the middle point, the center, where this is the balance between the two plasmas, which creates the atmosphere that's balancing them?
Okay, well, let's look at it in terms of the creation of the nanomaterials. And maybe Stephen, you can point out where in this that concept gets presented, or where you can see it in this.
It's as soon as the black satellite lifts off the copper substrate. That's the
Okay,
period
well,
of time.
That's the point where I need Flint to play the nano video that the foundation has produced.
Okay, one moment here.
Yes.
Oh, I think there's sound on it, or he reads it in the later part of the video. So let's get to that part. There we go.
Go ahead.
In the physical matter state, changes in the environment, temperature and pressure result in different states of matter.
Solid, liquid, gas.
Modifying the environment in a magnetic gravitational manner, we can convert physical matter state into monoatomic state, into nano layers. So you see the physical matter, and there are the monoatomic state nano layers. The caustic process of nanocoating is achieved by adding heat, water, and sodium hydroxide. Interaction of the environment with the copper creates a gap for the nanolayers to form. So you see the physical piece of copper, and it's in that caustic environment. So that caustic environment loosens the bonds between your different atoms so that they slightly reposition themselves. They're still attached to the matter, but they've changed their magnetical gravitational and have moved position from direct contact. So although the nanolayers form with gaps, both in respect to each other and physical matter, they're still connected to the matter, but they've positioned themselves. They're not free and independent from the physical matter. They are connected through gravitational magnetical field connection. So the physical matter state is densely packed, molecular attachment dependent on temperature.
We might have missed a little piece there. I'm just going to stop and back up a little bit. Whoops. Bear with me a second. I think around here, my monitor went black and I had to rebuild it here.
Yeah, any of those pictures are great, are perfect. That one's
Okay, well,
good.
this could be a good one then to discuss.
So we saw the atomic copper transition to a monoatomic, and then it's not said what it is. See, it just says nano, which means the actual size of it. But some people see it as something else. So when you say nano, do you see that word as anything but the dimensional size of it? So that's why I call this monoatomic copper in the nano state, which means that it's each individual black the atomic atom of copper that was below through the process became one of the black spheres of monoatomic in the nano, and there's a layer of them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was talking about the process of the transformation from copper to monoatomic copper, and how we get that to how we understand that we change the alkalinity and the heat to create that condition. But what is the actual monoatomic? It's copper GANs. But it's because
no one said it's copper GANs. It doesn't say anywhere in here that it's copper GANs. Mr. Keshe has never said it's a copper GAN sitting on the copper. It's copper nano. A copper nano is different than copper GANs. Totally different thing. Two different concepts altogether. You use this nano-coated copper in order to create the field condition to create the GANs.
No, I totally agree. What I want to say is this is the first, is the word iteration, or what's the first manifestation?
Iteration?
Yes, of that. The first process is this atomic to monoatomic. And it's not GANs per se, I understand. You can't call it GANs, but it is kind of the transition between the atomic and the GANs. So in a way, it's not in the matter state of inertia, it's left that, but it's the first level of the inertia gravitational magnetical condition, because it's a satellite. Then it's right. Okay. So,
Yeah. So
I know
this is what
it's
Keshe was saying. There's the matter level, and then there's the nano, and then there's the Gans, and then there's the plasma. So that's those, you're looking at it in terms of the inertia, the in between transition, and then the field condition.
Transitioning into the plasma.
transitioning into a matter plasma, because it still has matter, bound by matter, but it's moving towards the plasma. It's a,
Mm-hmm.
do you see that? I'm trying to kind of go through the process. It might help people how we keep using all these different words, and then, that's what I was just trying to say. So every time I hear nano, I just think about the geometrical size of it compared to an atomic structure or a molecular structure. Nano just to me refers to size. Do you see it as something other than that?
Yes,
Or
it's nano because it's important to realize that the nano size is really important, and size is important in the nano world because the nano state has a different effect than the more macro state of, for example, large structures. If you were to make a bunch of lines on the physical matter of the copper or grid pattern or something like that, that would be a matter level thing. But the nano has got special properties because of its size. If it was smaller than nano, it wouldn't work. If it was bigger than nano, it wouldn't work. And this is what's so important about that keyword nano. That's why it's $1 trillion industry now, and not just another subset of chemistry or another subset of physics or whatever. In the last 10 years, it has ballooned into this $1 trillion industry from virtually nothing, from a $1 million industry about 10 or 15 years ago, let's say. So they discovered that with a certain structure in the nano level of range of size, and certain structures and certain liberation of these layers, they have very, very special properties in that it can sustain a plasma, which you can't do just on the surface of the copper itself. This is what makes it different and makes it that transition material, that it has the gaps, it has the holes that can sustain the plasma. It's not the actual stuff itself that's that important. It's what it can do. That's why when I showed that other picture with the nanostructure of the nanomaterials, shown in the electron microscope, and Mr. Keshe outlined the gaps, is those gaps that are important, not the actual structure itself. And it's because those gaps are in the nano range of structure, a very particular size, that is able to basically resonate that plasma structure to hold it. It's the right cup size for use for that plasma. If it was bigger, it would be garbage can size, and that's way too big for us to drink. And if it was smaller, it'd be thimble sized, and it doesn't work that way either. But because it's cup size, it's just right for holding a plasma. And because the cups are slightly different sizes, then we have the bandwidth of plasma that it can hold.
I would compare it to the transition you have when you got a solid, liquid, and gas.
So the physical would be solid, and the monatomic,
the nano would be the liquid, and the Gans would be the gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a way. But the solid, liquid, and gas that you're talking about are all part of the physical matter, though.
No, exactly. But it's the way one goes from transition from one state into the other.
Yeah, except those are all the same as
Yeah.
is mentioned at the first here. Though that is physical matter state, and you can have changes in that matter state, so it becomes a liquid, but still a physical matter state. And it can become a gas. It's still a physical matter state, even as a gas. The difference with the nanomaterial, it becomes more than just it's physical, but it's more than physical because it, like it mentions further in the video here as we get into it.
Rick, if you allow me, like a joke, I have one hydrogen.
You have what again? It's echoing really bad, Dan.
Okay, one atom of hydrogen.
One atom of hydrogen.
Yes, I have H2, like a two hydrogen, two atoms of hydrogen. How I call it? Helium or deuterium? This is for.
What are you talking about, Dan? I don't understand what you're talking about. You're talking about if you have two atoms of hydrogen. Go ahead. Then
yes,
what?
it's about the monoatomic, triatomic, and the other things. No, the atom is the atom. It's a plasma. It's a neutron, proton, electron, blah blah blah. It's in physicality. Okay, how to say helium or two hydrogen or deuterium or I call it how I like, because it's the field, is the strength, is the gap. How you say in the nanocoating, or I think I say hydrogen, nanohydrogen, no, or matter hydrogen. It's not appropriate saying monoatomic, biatomic, triatomic, or another thing. Yes, you can call it in this way, but it's the strength of field, is the gap. It's like water. You have this, you enumerate these three state of matter, or four of water, but it's different when you have hydrogen field in the one strength or one angle in the physicality, and it's another thing when it's in the other angle. This is, for this reason I intervene, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure what your point was there. That has nothing to do with the copper nanocoating here, but and you know,
maybe I could say it this way: the what represents the physical matter is on the periodic table. What's above it has yet to be added to it.
Mhm.
Too bold a statement?
No, I don't think it's part of the atomic table at all. You're not going to find the monatomic nano layers added to the atomic table. What do you mean? Is that what you mean?
I think that's what I meant. Well, yeah, that's kind of basically.
As a new material that's never been found before or something? I don't understand.
Yep, that's what I said. No, it's been found because here we have it.
Well, you can also find it on any copper substance. You can also find it on just about every substance made. The nanomaterials, over 90% of the Earth's crust is made of nanomaterials, of oxides of various elements. You know, about 7 different elements make up the whole, all of them oxides make up most of the Earth's crust. And you'd have a piece of copper, even though it's shiny 1 minute, within a minute or two, it'll have nano layers of these monoatomic nano layers already forming on it. And old copper, you'll see, will start to turn brown, and eventually it can even turn black in certain circumstances, or other colors, which are all a type of nano coating on it, which forms naturally. But through the creation of the strong environment of the salty sodium hydroxide and the heat, then we're actually able to separate and create consciously create the layers that we wish to create, rather than it being a haphazard sort of thing that could take years or maybe not even form at all because of the conditions.
Well, so you disagree. So you disagree that what's in black is on the periodic table as a form of an oxide.
Well, it'd be it's not. There's no oxides on the periodic table.
Well, every element's on the periodic table, and there's an oxide for every. So there could be a
Right.
Periodic table of oxides, but
well, then you're getting into a whole different thing, and you're creating something out of your mind rather than out of what actually exists. There is no periodic table of oxides unless you want to create it. We could create one now if you wish.
Well, no, but we understand. Yeah.
Mr. Keshe calls them monatomic nanolayers. I call them copper oxide. He said once that it doesn't have the oxygen, but I beg to differ. But that's just, you know, our representation. He likes to look at it in a more of a pure state of these interacting monatomic nanolayers like we see here.
Well, because there was a paper that he wrote, I believe that he referred to Gans as the 7th state of matter or the 5th. Do you remember something like that? And because we know
I think it was there's like there's the solid, liquid, gas, plasma. And there's the Gans state, let's say.
But he didn't say the 5th. He said like the 6th or 7th. I don't remember if it was a 6th. So it was like, how did you jump from 4 to 6 in a way? Because that's what because in other words, where you have the 3 states of matter that you understand, the solid, liquid, and the gas, if you have the oxides at the same time, it's actually existing in like 6 states of matter at once. It's a bizarre kind of concept that I think about. I'm sorry if I'm confusing a lot of people.
Well, it is confusing, and this is the whole problem, is that pick a level. Which level would you like to explain or have explained to you, depending on what you're learning at the time. So if you want to learn about, you know, copper and how it polishes up and all the micro finishes of the copper and so on, then that's the matter level. And if you want to practice making the nano layers and creating a 50,000 layer deep, beautiful black nano coating that can have all kinds of amazing uses, and you could spend your entire lifetime very easily just in that realm of experimenting with that and getting right into it in a very, very scientific and multi-billion-dollar lab if you wanted to. And then, but then you'd be forgetting all about the plasma realm and the Gans realm, which can be created from those monatomic layers. So one might be forgetful because there's so much in just the monatomic layers to look at them from the physicality point of view and how, you know, they interact and what they do and everything. But when we get into the Gans level, then it's a whole other ball game of interactions. And then into the plasma level, again, it's into another realm. And if you talk just about the plasma, then it gets confusing to those that like to look at the matter level and like to look at that polished copper, because why would you want to make something black when it's so beautiful and pure and clean the way it is after I polished it for 4 hours straight with the 6,000 grit sandpaper or whatever, you know? Why would you want to ruin it by making it black? And to the person doing the nano coating, they're going, why are you spending all that time polishing that surface when I'm just going to rough it up with these nano layers and it's going to rip and tear that whole surface up with the hydrogen or the sodium hydroxide and heat and so on. It's just like you see here, it just rips and tears at things. And then from the, you know, the plasma person's point of view, he's going, why are you guys even worrying about all this physical stuff when it's the plasma fields that are so important? Can't you feel them? Can't you feel them? What's the matter with you guys? You don't see them or feel them or sense them or smell them? Well, some of my friends smell them, some of them hear them, some of them see them, some of them feel the fields. You know, the fields are what's important. And then someone else might go, well, the things that you can feel and sense are maybe important to you, but what's really important are the things we can't even feel and sense, and that are the primary fields that are way beyond our comprehension even, and so on and so forth. And so which God do you want to play is what it amounts to.
I was just trying to give some visual aid to the three conditions where if you look at the copper, that's what Mr. Keshe calls the inertia condition. Okay. And then if you look at the black dot, that's the inertia plus gravitational and magnetical condition, intermediary. It's no longer the inertia state by itself. It has other properties. That's what allows it to not levitate, but actually allows it to find its position in respect to one another. And then if you look at the little dashes, which I call the voids in between, creates their own condition. That's the non-tangibility. Even though we represent it with little dashes, those are the plasma fields of the gravitational magnetical condition minus the inertia. It's not bound by our three-dimensional particle physics that we understand. And that's what I was just trying to use that as a visual representation. And so we're trying to discuss, how do we go from different conditions? How do we, if our body is of the inertia gravitational magnetical, which also can include the Gans in that condition, how do we feed ourselves, or how do we take virus from our that condition? And well, if we made the virus inertia, then oh God, how do I say this? Well, let me just stick to how I perceive this picture here, and maybe you guys can comment on whether you see that or that I'm missing something or something perhaps. But that's the way I see it, that the copper is the inertia state, the black orbs are the inertia gravitational magnetical, the intermediary, and then the void in between is the non-tangible gravitational magnetical field, and it could be exerted as a force, but it's not. It's just it allows for positioning. And I just wanted to kind of, before I would try to take it any farther than that at this time.
Right. Well, you could look at all that way, and then you would be in the the nano world and evaluating things from that perspective, basically. But then you wouldn't be in the Gans world until you actually put these fields to use and interact these fields with fields of, say, a zinc plate or some other copper or whatever on the other side, through the medium of the plasmatic environment of the saltwater condition. And that becomes, then you start to realize, wow, I'm creating this other material, these little balls that are totally free, that are able to run around, and they're not totally free, but they have an interaction with each other, and they maintain their gap in space, but they are flowing. They're able to flow within this plasmatic environment of the saltwater condition. So they are all floating around very much like we see here, but yet they're able to float around, and they're created as CO2 and copper oxide Gans, and which is not just CuO but other components attached to it or whatever. So the Gans is like I'm trying to say, is another state beyond this, because these little black balls are bound to that copper substrate. They can only go so far, and they can have some movement and some interaction and so on, but they have to more or less maintain their position. They're not going to suddenly jump to the other side or flow back and forth and so on. They're going to stick to their initial copper substrate. They'll be positioned according to the substrate. So you know, what you're saying is true. And we have the three conditions within this one drawing, but where does the GANs come in your formulation? And then where does the plasma come in?
So I guess it's better to call this the monoatomic. That means that's a little bit more clear. That clarifies it more, as it's not GANs per se, but it's that's why I was just trying to say that between the matter state and the GAN state, there's this monoatomic condition that exists, and that's like the first time we ever see it in our process. This is like the first thing that we ever create is the monoatomic layer, because everything after that we can build from that. And so what I wanted maybe you to think about is that between the copper and the existential what is it called, extracellular boundary, so between the top and the bottom, or between the top, there's another sorry, there's a GANs state in there too. It's just that we don't, it's like because you have to go back. No, I know. If you go back to
plasma and nano, there's no GANs in this.
Okay. So between the spacing of the nanos, the monoatomic, individual monoatomic nano balls.
I think what might help is that those spaces, those gaps, are actually a plasma, and in the physical inertia, the physical reality is very, very tightly compacted. And as the gaps, as those nano are moving, transitioning from the physical into the nano, the plasma spaces, gaps are growing and expanding and becoming more interactive, so that the quantity of the field is becoming more plasmatic and less physical.
Yes. And so what I wanted to say, if you can leave it right there, Rick, is that the layers as they exist are either in liquid, if it's in water, if it's in the solution, or it's in the atmosphere of this planet. Let's say you dry it out and let it set, right? And so, but within those layers, the atmosphere doesn't exist on the inertia level. It exists in the GANs state. So in a way, you've created the GANs of the atmosphere that it exists in.
No, there's no atmosphere. It's a vacuum condition between the layers. There's no air. The oxygen in the air is combined with the copper atom, produce the CuO. The air is all gone. Any air gets pulled in and becomes part of the structure. If there's oxygen in there, there might be other elements that get jammed in. There could be nitrogens and other things in there, carbons and whatnot get part of the process. But the copper, and it just creates the gaps. You have gaps in between. You don't have GANs in between. You have the flow of the plasma fields. You have the ability of fields to move, not the matter level stuff. If you want to create the GANs is a matter level stuff that you can create from this matter level configuration due to the interaction of the fields that are created from this interaction. That's the way I understand it.
Just like the colors are different atoms of something.
No, they aren't
Not
atoms.
atom, not
They are
atom, not atoms,
atoms.
not atom, not atoms, not
anything
atom.
solid. Nothing
Right,
solid. They're
right,
not
right,
solid.
right,
They're
right.
not matter level. No
Right.
matter level, not solid. In fact, you
Right.
even told me that. You
Right.
told me they were beyond the transition into the that the black balls are the transition and the others the maggrav fields. Look
Right.
at it, maggrav fields. And then when we look at it a little later here, they get into the three-dimensional aspect of it and mention that these, see, we see this field that gets created. Where's that other one? It's just before that right there. No. There, that one. As it mentions, this magnetic field container, because that's what these nanolayers become, magnetic field containers, it holds on to plasma, energy, and information. So it's a plasma maggrav field, basically, that can be sustained within this structure. But that's not a Gans, it's not an actual gas, it's not
It's not atomic.
not a hydrogen, or
No.
it's a magnetic field. It's a plasma. Plasma is a a bunch of wound up magnetic fields. It's not
Not tangible.
well, you might see light from it. You could see other things coming from it, but not necessarily. It's represented here as this green ball, but it's not actually a green ball if you were to look at it in the microscope or something. But we understand it as a field container in the same way as we understand a cup can contain water that we can drink out of. And without the cup, the water just flows and there's no way to contain it or to hold it. Unless we cup our hands, perhaps, and take a drink that way. But it's a container for the fields, and the fields are all omnipresent, all over, always existing, especially in the void condition, within the void of the nanolayers. That's the beauty of the nanolayers. It is a void condition, that therefore it can sustain a plasma, because it takes a void to, the matter stuff. That's the problem with this planet. Not that much plasma around, because the matter doesn't provide the space for the plasma. But space provides a good space for plasma, because it's got lots of elbow room between all the entities. There's tons of elbow room. That's why when you create a vacuum chamber and do experiments as with reactors, then the more vacuum, the more pure your experiment, and the more you're really dealing with small amounts of elements like gases to create a rotating reactor and so on and so forth, to try to create what Mr. Keshe envisioned in his patents, then it's a very kind of delicate operation. You need to totally vacuum out that sphere to start with. Mr. Keshe used to teach us about how you have to vacuum and vacuum and vacuum with this, very expensive high-tech equipment for many, many hours, sometimes days, just to get the vacuum, to vacuum all the gases out of the space, so that when you introduce a tiny amount of the gases you want, such as the hydrogen and neon, argon, xenon, and so on, and all the other gases that are mentioned, that these small amounts create big effects, because they've got the elbow room. They can ionize, and they can create special effects within that environment, because they're no longer impeded by all the matter level stuff, which gets in the way of the plasma. Mr. Keshe used to say that you have to create your reactors with that the walls of the reactor don't, that as soon as the plasma contacts the matter of the walls of the reactor, it will destroy the plasma. It instantly destroys it. So you have to create your reactors so that the plasma does not tend to want to touch the walls of the reactor, either by containing the plasma at the center of the reactor or by having walls of the reactor that repel it or at least heal themselves when, if and when the plasma was to contact it. And ideally, you would have it nano-coated copper, because when the plasma sees the nano-coated copper, it basically sees a reflection. It reflects the plasma. It doesn't tend to absorb it. It's you can see it with what we see here. If there is an impinging strong plasmatic energy coming from a nuclear reactor or something, then this would just increase the field effect here and it would tend to repel it. The same way with a magnet, the closer you get with a magnet when they're in repel mode, the stronger that field effect gets, such that you can drop a really heavy magnet onto another magnet that's repelling, and no matter how fast you throw it at it, it won't contact it, because the closer it gets, the even stronger the fields get, and it just repels it off. So the beauty of the nano-coated copper coating in a reactor, a nuclear reactor, is, as Mr. Keshe has mentioned, is that when the nano-coating gets zapped by the radiation and it peels off some atoms of that monoatomic atoms, then it almost instantly repairs itself, because the fields are such that the nano layers know when there's been a impingement, and they tend to want to just naturally fill in the gaps with the corresponding units that are nearby. So it's actually a perfect material as a, or near perfect. They might meld it with other materials to make other means, but that's basically how that works.
So I guess my thought goes back to the black dot that we see here. That has inertia, it has gravitational and magnetic field interactions. It's in an intermediary state. It's not in the inertia matter state. And then for all visual, that the plasma, that we'll use it as this green representation right here of the swirl, is the next condition, which is the gravitational and magnetical only. It doesn't contain the inertia component anymore, and that it's lacks tangibility. And so I was just trying to reemphasize those three conditions that Mr. Keshe talked about. The inertia state, which is the matter atomic copper, the intermediary, which is the inertia gravitational magnetical, and in this representation of it is the black nano copper or monoatomic nano layer component, particle, or whatever you want to call it. And then we have our inertia, our gravitational magnetical condition without the inertia. And so using that as a reference, if we use the black dot to represent the human body or a human cell, and we use the yellow circle to represent the virus, which has surrounded the cell, but it's a field, kind of like the Coulomb's barrier in a way that we've talked about, and how you would define that is going to be a little tough. But the GANs that we create through the cups of life actually contains a plasma represented plasmatic condition represented by the green swirl that's weaker, that allows the yellow to feed the green. That's kind of the whole. And so how do we create that? Well, we have the copper and we have the zinc that we utilize to create that condition. And so then what I showed last week is that you don't need the water and the salt to create that. Of course, you can't create it at the level that you would expect to use it for treatment, but showing that the fields can create the fields that do not have inertia as a component can create the intermediary, the Gans level, or this monoatomic. It can manifest those things through the position, the field, and the gravitational magnetical field forces. I don't know. That didn't sound right at all. But I'm just trying to put a visual to it to help people see it, and how we use the amino acid to connect to it. It's like telling,
go to the understanding of it. Don't go to the, look, guys, your problem now, you are watching this picture and trying to explain this picture. Go and try to explain the understanding of it, because there is no magnetical, there is no gravitational, because you cannot catch it. If you draw a circle of gravitational field and you draw another circle of magnetical field, can you say this is magnetical and this is gravitational? This is only in the perfect world, and you have only one plasma, and this do not happen. You have thousands of layers, and each and every one of them, you can say this is gravitational and this is magnetical, and there is above of it and there is a below of it, and there is inertia in that, and there is everything in one. So go to the understanding of it. Don't go to the picture and try to explain. And I think this is our problem with the world. We're trying to explain the picture. We do not trying to explain the science behind it, the understanding of it. I think so. Thank you, Stephen.
no problem, Joel. I appreciate your wisdom, but you're so much above all the rest of us that it's not that we should be able to simply think of it or have what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put a perspective on it that other people that maybe just are coming in to try to understand what we're doing, and trying to put basic visuals to things sometimes help people see it before they can understand it. If that helps. I understand what you said.
But it doesn't help to take this is about the nano layers, and we're talking about the nano layers here. Then if you introduce a different idea and try to use a hammer and try to use this picture to call that the Gans and call this the virus and so on and so forth, we're getting into it's going to be hard to explain that way, I think.
Well, and I agree that it's confusing, and that's why I throw that out there to tell for you to give me feedback. This is all in preparation should the need to teach outside of languages comes about, because there's so many different languages. I've always thought that visual sometimes can transcend the language barriers.
Well, that's why we did this animation, and that's why it shows step by step all of the processes of the nanocoating, the spectrum of the magnetic gravitational fields, and the entire thing is laid out very, very well, I thought. And then that's that part of the teaching. And then later we find out what can happen with these layers and what you can do with them and how you can create the Gans, which is an entirely different subject altogether. So that's why there's 12 parts to this basic understanding plasma science. And this is only the first part, just the very first part. But it is important to understand that it's not just a matter level thing, and that there is, like you're saying, several different aspects to it and so on. I'm not sure, you know, I'm not sure if we can transfer some of the ideas over to the directly to the virus and so on from the nano layers here. We might have to look at the Gans or look at a different way of approaching it.
Well, that's why usually I would use a portion of the Knowledge Seekers workshop to give us, but it in a way, everything comes. Go ahead.
Can I, Steven, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Rick, do you remember just last teaching, you asked Mr. Keshe when he was drawing the spiral, and you asked him, where is the virus there? You remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can you show that, please?
Do you know where it is?
He drew a circle around the whole thing, right?
Do you know what workshop and what point in the workshop it is, or do I have to go through the whole thing myself to find it?
If some of the guys here, I am at work, you know, that's why I cannot.
327, right?
Yeah.
I'd say around about the 230 mark.
It's very easy. Mr. Keshe explained it. It's very easy, and that goes to the unicos and goes to the atom and below that also.
What's micro is macro, right?
Exactly. Take only the understanding and apply it for everything you want, because it's work.
See how easy you said that?
it is easy, but
yeah. See how easy you said that?
you know what, Steven?
Shame on you! Shame on you! See how easy you said that?
It's really, we try to not try. We used to learn that it must be sophisticated and complexity and everything that it shows that we are thinking. If it's so easy, so you don't need to take a long time. So that means you didn't do anything, and this is wrong.
So basically, he drew the
something wrong here with this. Is unfortunate that
YouTube again thing.
We preset all the YouTube videos for the next while, and now when you search for the 327th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, you get the 329th, and it's not starting for another couple of days, or actually for another week and a half. And it doesn't play, it doesn't do anything, it's just a holder, and that's what shows up. I guess it's good to let people know, but it should have the 327th Knowledge Seekers Workshop show up, which does not show up so easily. Huh.
So if I recall, he drew the spiral, and he showed where we were on the evolutionary scale of the spiral. And then when you asked about the virus, he drew around the complete spiral, if I recall.
Yeah,
that everything was
trying to show so that people can see it, because I can't even tell. I can't even follow what you're saying.
Oh, sorry.
Let me try to find the video first.
Shame on you, Rick. Shame on you.
Huh?
I mean, I said, shame on you. You do not recall your question? I think you do.
I recall it, but I want to have people get it from the horse's mouth, not from us trying to explain it from pictures that make no sense compared to what we were trying to say. Exactly. Not everybody knows, and we have to get into it to clarify and all of that. And that means I have to find the YouTube channel and get back into my. Yeah, there it is.
Tried at 2 hours and 57 minutes.
Two hours.
That's what I show on my timestamp. Around 2. There it is.
Okay, let's see what that says.
We don't hear it.
Okay, I'll try to turn it up more. It's actually selected for video, but for audio. Usually it's too loud when I turn it up. I think we have to go back a little bit, maybe. I think it's before he drew the blue. Let's try it from here. Can you hear that okay?
It was really low. I could barely even hear anything.
Are other people able to hear it okay? Anyone else? Okay, I'll turn it up more. I don't understand why
No,
it's
we can't hear it.
Usually it's overwhelming when I turn it up, but we'll try it. I'll try it up all the way.
No, we don't hear it at all. I heard it for a second there, and then
It's very low.
You have to share the sound. I think this little sound we could hear was from the microphone open at your side.
Well, I'm sharing the computer sound. I'll try to reshare it. Maybe I share something else first and then go back and reshare. We'll try that. Okay, let me try it again. How about that? No? Yes?
no, still the same. We had this problem last week, I think.
Many times I had an issue where I could reshare as many times I wanted. The sound was not appearing. That was a Zoom issue on my side. Maybe when someone else is sharing.
Well, I'm not about to download it, but
I can try to share it.
okay.
Let's see. Did you hear that?
Nope.
Hold on. Let's see.
Did you
Hold on a
select the
second.
use computer audio?
Stop the share. You can hear me talking, right? Can you hear me
Yep.
talking? Hello?
Yep. Yep. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Hello, can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Microphone check 1, 2.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. And I'm not sharing, correct?
Right.
So let's see. So share screen.
And you
Let's
click the
see.
2 buttons for under share screen for the share computer sound.
Okay, I did that this time, yes. Can you hear me now?
I can hear
Okay.
you, yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to try to share it. Okay.
Okay. See the
Let's
video.
see if we can.
And everything
I
you
hear
knew
that.
up to this point,
I can
when you
barely see
cross
the
that
video.
line, changes. Because it's a new knowledge, new insight, a new beginning. But doesn't
Could
mean
you hear that?
the
Yeah, it's quite loud. We can hear it.
Oh, so I should turn it down then.
Yeah, it seems to be functioning properly now.
past is gone because you still from here see all this.
How's the audio better for you?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Turn it up or that's fine?
No, it's plenty loud.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll just play it then.
But in fact, if you look at it, the light of Creator not only goes this way, but it expands, it's three-dimensional. So in a way, he's always a giver. It does not matter where you are, you always receive from him. But if you receive from him, you should be able to give back to him. So in a way, at the level of the soul, when we reach, we see to the Creator. At any time, we can look into, be aware of his existence. And in so many ways, if we understand this, we understand the love of Creator. He's always giving. And if you go even further in the knowledge, you will understand something very simple. In this process of life of mankind, you have the fields which are below, which reflect what you have raised and released back to the Creator. These are your reflector shields, if you want to call it. Because this cycle never changes, never stops. It's the strength of it. I explain this in a very, very clear way in the book number 3, where the interaction of these leads to creation of a new soul, new entity. Then he decides if he wants to go to this side to manifest itself or this side to be part of, non-manifested or reverse. When you read book number 3 and understand it, I spent a long time to do this picture and with a lot of understanding of lines with it. Because it is in essence, you look into your Creator, but you have to decide at what point you want to manifest yourself and what point is the strength of your soul. And the soul of mankind has limitation of the strength, and then it reaches a point of maturity which moves to the next level, which is not open to the level the man's soul is led to lead to the limit. Because suddenly light changes, it's like going through the speed of light, and then you pass it, you open to another dimension, where the minimum is the speed of light, and now you have maximum above it. till you reach the next point. And that next point is always in balance with the soul of the man and the creator, according to the strength of the time and position and space in the life of the creation. Now, would a coffee and a hot chocolate here in the middle of the day or the night will trigger for you to see, or an ice cream and carbonara on a beach in Italy? Would this happen at the time, the instant you're born, or 100 years down the line and you grasp it in the dimension of physicality? Teachings are becoming very heavy and it needs a lot of understanding. One of the most complicated things in the universe, even for the creator to teach, is the operation of the soul, because it's a totality of, carries every knowledge. You need to tap into it at the right place, right time, and what you need. Then you reach the soul of the creator.
Mr. Keshe, that's the words of Wolfgang earlier, about a half hour earlier. He said, heavy stuff, we are speechless, during that time when no one responded. Then he had posted the question, if we are in tune with our soul and the universal field, is it true no virus can harm us anymore because we are balanced?
Are you afraid of virus? Or are you afraid of yourself? Not to be and carry the totality that the virus doesn't exist. That's the biggest problem.
Where does the virus fit in relation to your picture here? Where is its life? It still gets the radiations from
the virus?
The creator? No, the virus, it's, go ahead.
This is where the virus sits. Thank you. Everything has a virus at its own level. It's pack of energies. Thank you very much. My tea and cake has arrived. It means it's a tea break. So, what you call a virus is the energy as given point. You have a virus we can enter your soul. You call it a virus. It's an energy pack. What do I do with it? If you listen to part of the teaching, go back in a few weeks ago, I said, and actually I explained this one to the doctors in Iran. They were laughing their head off, and then it took them a couple of weeks and they understood it. And is that I said, we got a virus, the corona. It sits in the lung. We drink the water, the Gans water, and breathing and the patches or whatever. And now we carry bits of the virus with us. We dismantle it bit by bit. So the virus still is with us, but in the bits that now become energy for good of us. In a way, if you think of it as a virus, now you understand it, is a plate full of everything, meat, vegetables, cookies, everything. And when we eat a heavy meal, what does it do? It kills us, it's too heavy. What we do with the Ganses and the plasma technology is we take the apple out here, orange out here, bread there, pizza there, carbonara there, and now we digest it in small pieces. It's not anymore a plate of food, it's bits of food, and our body takes what it likes from it. This is one of the reasons we tell you 3 to 6 hours in the blanket or in a clothing, you feel good because you don't take the energy out. You take the energy from the virus and the body starts eating it. In a way, you start feeding from actually what was trying to kill you because it was too strong.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for sharing, Stephen.
Okay. So that the point was that he said basically the virus encompassed the plasma when he drew the circle around it, but I guess then he asked the question, what's a virus? And is it something that we fear, or is it something that can feed us in a way? Oh yes, did I stop sharing? Okay.
Yeah, I have to put something up, or otherwise we get a blank screen kind of.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
So the virus is an energy and it encompasses whatever we have inside.
Outside too.
Yeah, well, whole of us, we've got to sort of dissect it and digest it.
Yeah, food for thought.
Well, Mr. Keshe talks about moving to a position or viewpoint where what do you say, like you don't even think about the virus. The virus doesn't exist in that world, in that dimension of the elevated soul position. It's not that you ignore it, it's that you've elevated yourself to the position where that energy package is no longer relevant. It's sort of like, as humans, we've elevated ourselves above the surface of the earth, and very seldom are we concerned with the issues of ants, except when they interfere with our lives. But they are almost non-existent unless we were to start observing ants and really get into that.
So that's what I was trying to explain to Susan, in a way that instead of it feeding off of us, it was feeding to us, and that drives us too far. That just pushes us too far. We, instead of being in the acidic condition of it pushes us into the alkalinity in a way that it overdrives us and pushes us. And so by using the Gans waters, we present it with a weaker target to push, and the more it pushes, the more it gives to the Gans, and it takes the focus. It's so, like when Mr. Keshe said that it's like a sniper looking for us, the Gans takes the attention of the virus in a way away from us, and it focuses on the Gans plasma condition that we've created through the cups. And so, and if we can, and instead of maybe relying on the feeding through the cups, we can start using the energy of that enormous amount of energy that's being conditioned, that's overdriving us, to actually taper some of it off and to feed off of it without having to go to have a cup. So if and when we go into space, we can use that same knowledge to feed off not to feed off the universe, but to give and take and find a balanced condition with anything that we come across. And so if something comes to us that can do us harm, we can learn to focus it on something else until we can strike a balance with it, and then kind of go towards the give and take, where we give and it gives, and we each balance each other out in a way.
And if we have to, we let go of the physicality and take on another physicality elsewhere.
Or we go into the mother's hug of the soul. We bring the physicality inside the soul, which it can't touch, to protect it until we can wash it or shed it of that condition, and then remanifest in physicality if we choose to.
What is your point of reference? Are you comparing the
It's
knowledge?
that simple. It's that simple. Oh, Jalil, you're gonna kill me.
Yes.
It's all simple, but the devil is in the details, as they say.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but go ahead.
No, you are absolutely. Now I think you will understand. You need to go to only this part. At least you, Stephen, 10 times. It is your homework now.
What, are you supposed to write it out 10 times on the wall?
Yes.
Can I do a reflection?
Sure.
Please reflect. Oh, mirror.
I think it's a condition of the relationship between the soul of the body and the soul of the man, or your core, where you come from. Because I heard people that have dead, they die. And there was especially a woman, she was dying from cancer, and she pretty much died. And when she saw her body leaving her body, and she went into the light, right? And she explains that she was in this field of love, and she understood why she got sick with cancer. And at one point, she went through a process, right, when she was dead, and she said that they gave her a choice: stay or go back to physicality. She said, I want to go back. I know how to live. And she went back, and everybody thought she was dead, and she came back alive. And within 2 to 3 weeks, her cancer was gone, because she's self-healed. So my reflection is, if now we're living in an environment, it's all pure fear, negative 100%, people that they don't know about plasma is even worse, because they have more fear, they feel trapped. And we know when you're in emotional state, your body goes pH acid. It's perfect soup for virus of any kind of immunity response to the condition where you live in, plus the bad food, and plus the bad water, and plus the electromagnetic field toxicity of the cities, right? So my reflection, and I remember when Mr. Keshe said, oh, you're gonna make a decision, or you give up your physicality, or you connect to your soul, and the soul wash out everything. I don't know if you guys remember that one. So the key here is when you're connected to your soul and you have a meaning in life and you are full of radiant energy because you have a, how you call it, meaning, a mission, you want to go and a dream, an intention, you don't get sick. You go, you know, you thrive, they call it, I guess. So I think this virus is about a condition of how you're standing in front of your soul. You ignore your soul, you're completely trapped in this physicality with the movie, what we have in the TV and work and the bills and everything. And you lost your path of your soul. And then you're easy to be victim of a virus. But if you are connected to your soul, you don't see the virus. There are much more important things to do, or you want to do. So that's how I see it.
Estella, I wanted to comment on that. There's quite a few things that I've just been listening for a while, and you know, it's one of the things that a lot of spiritual people used to say to me, which is, well, you know, why are you poor? Why do you suffer? You know, if you had a high grade spirit, that you wouldn't be poor and you wouldn't be suffering. You know, you would have incarnated in a wealthy family. But I was born into poverty, and that was an assumption that a lot of spiritual people took, that they couldn't see kind of what another soul goes through. So I think it's in the same vein. I'm noticing that a lot of people are saying this about the virus, the coronavirus. And I started to feel guilty too, because I got such a harsh version of this coronavirus, even though I've been on a strong path to follow my soul since coming to the earth. I've really never deviated far from there. I've been offered riches if I would sell my soul. I was an extremely gifted artist and was offered riches, and I never accepted the riches, and I stuck with my soul. And you know, one of the things that I want to point out is that, you know, Carolina gets this virus. You know, Mr. Keshe picked up this Brazilian virus, and a lot of people who I don't see as having left our soul at all are getting this virus. And I was looking today at what is this virus trying to feed. So I was again communicating with this virus, and I said, okay, so what? Like, I understand if we that you're helping me in some way, and I was talking to the virus, and so I was asking it, well, what are you helping me with? And this little virus showed me the way that it comes into our fields. It said it leaves kind of like a footprint when it comes in through our energy field, almost like it looked like if somebody had muddy feet and they walk through a room, you can see their tracks, how they got into the room. And what they were showing me is that they're helping us to close these holes in our energy fields by, when we take the energy from them by default, they sort of cover up their footprints. They feed the energy back to the holes where they came in on. So I just want to say that, you know, it may be true. I have known people before that I could literally be smelling something awful, and these people, they don't smell a bad smell. They never seem to think a negative thought or anything like that. And so I think there's a validity in what you're saying, Estella, but I don't think it's a law. I think it's a rule of thumb. But the beautiful thing, the way to have the mind of a child and live by rules is to really always be looking out for the exception to the rule. And so I think what you're saying is kind of a rule, but if it was a law, then why would a soul like Mr. Keshe get sick? Why would he be suffering from a virus? Why would he even need to create or drink Gans? You know, and I just use Mr. Keshe as one example, but I think a lot of us are examples.
Cup of one is you taking zinc is for your emotions, right?
Well, I'm just saying that, you know, Mr. Keshe has a highly developed soul with another lung in his body.
Right. But being in a body, we have an emotional body, and it's very difficult in this situation to also maintain a balance. And the emotions, you know, people get irritated, he gets upset. I mean, that also is an emotion. I mean, why do we take zinc? To balance the emotions, to give support to balance, because otherwise everybody is in this stress right now. Even kids, they absorb the stress of the environment. You have to be completely isolated away from the news to know that there is a virus and all these new rules and everything. And we live in a toxic environment. We have everything kind of difficult.
Right. Well, that is what I saw that the virus was doing, was helping us to patch the holes so that even though the environment of Gaia may be toxic and polluted, that we could live in our own sort of our own creative bubble, if you will. So I do know what you mean, even though I have noticed that we all seem to kind of share the same air, and we kind of don't share the same air, because the quality of our internal environments really determines what we pull in from the universe. I have definitely noticed this.
So I see the virus has created a lot different viewpoint on that as well, because there's so many changes that people are going through right now. They're being, you know, subjected to stay at home, don't associate with all the social things that they used to do. So, you know, if they were a movie addict, they're no longer going out to movies. If they were, you know, if they love to go bowling, they're no longer bowling. And all of these activities that people have had that aren't really essential, but are the things we, you know, like to do, that essentially we're addicted to for some reason or another, something we call it we love to do. So now with the introduction of the virus, it has taken many of the physicality habits away from us that we had normally. The habit to go to work and work like a dog all day long, and now the government's telling us to stay at home and wash your hands and stay at home. And so instead of that physicality activity, there's a lot more time now for introspection and for just basically calming down and slowing down our existence. It slowed us down in many ways. Look at our transportation. It's maybe at 10% of the levels it was before. So there's 10% of the air pollution. There's 10% of the busyness of the cities, that nervous energy. There's 10% of the less, there's 90% less health issues because of the there's only 10% of the pollution that there was before, and so on and so forth. So now we have, instead of hospitals full of people, at least in our country, in Canada, the hospitals are virtually empty. Some of them are actually closing right now because of the lack of customers. So my point is that the introduction of this virus has actually caused us as a culture, as the whole Earth culture, to go inward rather than relying on the outward world. And we're, in a sense, many people are afraid of that outside world, and now they've withdrawn into their own world, and maybe they've discovered that, gee, I'm a great artist. I didn't know that. I've been just doodling at home all day, and this turned into my artwork, and now I'm selling it on the internet all over the world. It's great. Or, you've picked up a guitar and decided to take up guitar and found out it was really your calling, and you could influence people emotionally. You're talking about the emotional connection. And that's what I want to tie back into, is that people are actually discovering that they're connecting with people more, or at least deeper now than they were before, even through these crazy Zoom conferences that they have and so on. So they're feeling that emotional connection, which is not the physicality, it's the emotional realm, which is not really tangible other than the feelings that we have. So in a way, that's our defense, is to enter into that emotional realm, learn how to work with that.
That's the positive side that you're sharing. But I tell you, I see people that, they go through, I would say, it's more like looking at yourself, and some people are really stressed out, aggressive, some irritated, some people are drinking too much, doing drugs, and it's I think it's a test to see what do you do, in a moment like this, and which side of the road you take and you do. I'm working a lot more than if, the 2 hours I was driving each way. I mean, 1 hour each way. Now I'm working more at the house. So, that it's a decision, how you treat yourself, what you're going to do with yourself. Like you said, you maybe discover something new. Some people are abusing more, and some that are loving themselves more, That's what I'm talking about. The relationship with yourself and your body and your journey in this matter state. That's what I was mentioning, the meaning, the thrive, and yeah.
Okay, thank you, Stella.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying, Stella. There was, it's the seeing all the positives that are happening. And if you've been interacting with zinc Gans for a very long time, you get to the point of not really suffering from emotional situations the way you would perhaps because of the way things are. And it's as you move towards detachment from physicality, you lose those emotions. So there was, I don't know, the example was when I think it was in the 2 weeks ago in the One Nation, where Carolina was, she's trying to help people, and it's so emotional for her. And Mr. Keshe is like non-emotional about it. He's rock solid. And how he gets to that point, and how we can, how we we can go from one end to the other and we're still the same person. And so how do we balance between the emotions? And that's what the zinc oxide really helps people with: depression and psychosomatic illnesses and a lot of things like that. And so that's why what I'm keep saying is that don't forget the amino acids. They're so important to be connected with those. You should be trying to, I don't know, but try to harvest as much amino acids and create as much amino acids that you can, because it's the giver to the Gans's taker in a way. It's the fuel that helps boost the Gans. And so I was listening to the testimonial today. I didn't get to be a part of it till like the end, but that I think that component is being missed by some people. That has to be a part of the reason you harvest it, is to reestablish that connection with the Gans for the specific virus and the conditions. And so at some point it will help you to be able to seek the virus out. It's a giver too. And on a soul level, you connect with it. So it's that I'm searching for the virus now. I'm looking for our friend. Where are you? Let's interact. It's almost like what Mario said in a way a couple of weeks ago, is that, you know, if you give unconditionally to it, it can't hurt you. It can't take you. It gives as much as you give. And I know that's like Jalel, you know, it's all simple for these guys to say it, but that's kind of what we're going through right now, is everyone's at their different emotional and physical and spiritual and soul level, all these different levels. And for me, I see the future as beautiful, and what's happening is beautiful, but but the death and destruction is so hard for us to, you know, how can we be smiling and happy when so many people are perishing and dying? And that's the down, you know, all these positive things, yet some of these net. But it's the time is change. The time is now. The time is now to change. We have to. It's like each individual is going to have to go all the way with this virus, and resurrect yourself like a judgment day. Resurrect yourself, and those that are still standing will come out of this and see the other side of it. And so that's. I know you're struggling with all the environment that's going around you, but we'll send you more, whatever we can send you to help you in your time of need. That's what I wanted to say.
Hi, it's Zena. Hello. It's
okay, Mehran, as Bernie's had his hand up for a while, maybe he could go ahead just before you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Bernie, could you go ahead there if you like? You have to unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Hello, we hear you.
What is done with the amino acids once you have it harvested?
Basically, you re-add it to the Gans water that you create from the 1 cup and the first and second cup.
Okay, so you do combine it with the Gans in the drinking, like the bottom of the water that you eventually drink. Correct?
The what? The bottom of the water? Is that what
like
you
in it? Yeah, like in the.
No, you don't drink the bottom of the water.
No, yeah, I'm saying you don't drink it, but like you make sure that the amino acids are also with the Gans at the bottom.
No, at the top, the sweet water. So when you harvested the Gans and washed it and put it in a separate container, that doesn't have much amino in it. It has you have your water and you have your bottom layer of Gans, kind of similar to what the center cup looks like in the middle there on the screen. And so when you add amino acid to it, amino acid will float on the top. It'll never go to the, I don't know, I've never seen it go to the bottom, but it's like oil on top of the water. And so when you draw out of it to consume it, when you take
Okay,
that
so
top,
is the amino acid just the like skim on top of everything? Because they also had what
that's
looked
right.
like GANs like at the top, then two floating for a few days.
That's different. The fluffy Gans stuff that comes to the top. That when you
Okay,
shake the jar, it'll go to the bottom. That's not the amino acids, but that's special Gans. Yeah, separated if you can.
Okay, that's a different type of GANs.
Yeah, it's considered the best Gans by Mr. Keshe.
Okay, yeah, because I've had some that like it'll still stay an inch or two up on top of the bottle even after like the 5th or 6th wash, getting all the salt off of it. It still goes up a decent amount. So I was confused whether that was the amino acid or not.
no, the amino acid is always present on the
I understand now. I understand.
water.
I understand now.
Yeah, it looks like a slimy, oily kind of surface, like
Gotcha.
oil and water. Yeah, and I think that information's in the KF Wikipedia, and one of the sections there on the 1 cup, 1 life.
So what I wanted to mention, is when you take off some water out of your holding tank, so to speak, with the GANs at the bottom and a little bit of amino up at the top. So when you take that first water out of it, it takes all that amino acid off. So every time you take some of the water out of your holding jug or whatever, add a little bit more back to it, because that'll refuel all the GANs that's in that. It's like the fuel. So if you take the first 100 milliliters off the top of your for your sweet water, you've taken also a lot of the amino acid too. So you want to replenish that if you have enough of it. If you don't, it'll also,
I understand now. Yeah, I get it.
It'll also reform without adding it too, but not as much. So that's another thing I want to make sure that people try to get the amino acid to be a part of everything, especially their holding tank for sweet waters. Thank you.
Thanks.
If I may, it's Doug. Sorry, Mernez.
Okay.
Oops.
Mernez was supposed to be in there, but
I just wanted to say, Alex mentioned in recently that if the amino acid or the water is placed in a sunny position or outside, that amino acids will form on the sweet water. So if you're having problem and you need amino acids, they will reform on the top of the water. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Mernez.
Good point. Okay. You're up, Mernez.
Hi, everybody. Nice to hear you all. I wanted to ask, for example, Steve, how does he think he can manage to take his soul, surround his body, physical body? How can he achieve this?
Could you say that again, Mernez?
Yeah.
How could we achieve what? The soul, the body?
How can he manage?
How can who manage?
Steve, because he's talking about the soul, like a mother heart, would contain the physical body, get out, contain it, and get the virus out. How could you do that?
Well,
what's your opinion?
Can you understand it, Steve?
Yeah, I understand. It's that's what I was hoping, that's why I asked Jalel to retrieve the original writing from the interatomic fusion, because we understood the interatomic fusion.
No, I don't think it has to do with interatomic fusion.
No, it's the other side of it. It's called it's diffusion. In other words, you want to go from the matter state to the soul state with that matter to protect it in the mother's hug, right? That's what you're talking about, the mother's hug?
No, I'm not talking about matter side. I'm talking about the soul. How do you do every day in your life? What's your plan to get that your soul contain your physical body when it's needed? Because we don't have amino acid in this space.
Well, you mean to detach from physicality? It's through, well, it's kind of through enlightenment, if to put it, to use a cliche word. That's the way that a lot of people would understand the process, but there's a lot more to it than that, obviously. And in a way, how can we gain the confidence to make it happen? Is that what you're saying?
I said, what's your plan? What steps you take every day that your soul can, if you need, cover your whole physical body to save it from virus or whatever? Do you have a plan? Do you know how to do it? Because you talk about it, but do you know what to do? Have you heard anything about it?
Well, that's the, if I tell you what I do, then you would try to copy what I do. You have to do what is good for you.
We are knowledge seekers. We are here to learn from each other.
And we are. And you, because we talked about perspectives, and that's kind of what we've been talking about, and how we perceive things and how we define things. If I was to tell you how I would do it, that might influence how you would want to do it, but it might put a block on it. I don't know if that's because if I've been able to achieve it, then I wouldn't still be working on it.
Well, wait a minute, Stephen. You mentioned the process of enlightenment, right? So there must be some general principles or general steps that one goes through with this process of enlightenment. I mean, it makes sense. We make ourselves lighter emotionally. If we made ourselves lighter physically, we would be able to jump higher. So it makes sense to lighten up. We use the term in humor, to lighten up, to be more humorous, because humor is the antidote to gravity. There's gravity and levity, right? So if we are able, then we can move into those realms, I guess you might say.
So now you're going into my subject.
Okay, Marinus, I use joy and laughter. You heard me connect with Jalel, even though we're so far apart, our souls connected. If you listen back to what happened, you'll hear, we can't see us, but you can hear us connect. And that's how I do it, through joy and laughter. If I had to use emotion to explain how to do it, those are the two that I would use.
Were you always that way, or did you have to train yourself to overcome some other emotion, maybe to get to the point of being open enough to be full of joy and love and so on? This is the point of the enlightenment part, of getting rid of the heavy stuff, the overburden. It's like if you're going up in a hot air balloon and you're starting to fall back down, you get rid of the bags of sand that you keep on board, and then you can go back up again and so on. So these bags of sand burden us, they weigh us down, and we're not able to be light-footed and light-minded and light-emotioned to be able to be voyagers and not get bogged down in certain emotions or states. In other words, that emotion of the virus comes along, that field effect that we feel in a mall of going through a cloud of virus energy package. We're feeling so good and so on top of it that we're able to exude our own field that is superior to that in effect. We can allow that to not stick to us. It can just simply pass through instead of grabbing onto it and getting all sticky with it and getting it mixed up with our stickiness. If we have like a clean machine, our thoughts are clean, our emotions are clean, our body's clean, we're in motion, there's nothing that's going to stop you. No virus condition can stop someone because it comes from the soul condition and the motivation, the movement, and all of that. If it comes from the soul condition, then the soul decides, and it, can take evasive maneuvers or decide to allow the physicality to even get sick and maybe even die, because maybe to the soul it doesn't matter that much. You go on and you retain another body somewhere else, or maybe become bodiless for the next time or interval. But the soul decides, so it no longer becomes a concern of the physicality. Maybe briefly, as what, you're making me do what again? I don't want to get sick again. Okay, let's go through. The soul's got strange, the God moves in strange ways, as they say. Sorry to go back. What do you say there, Mehran?
Okay, just to make it short, because joy and laughter is emotion, it still is the future. I go back to the code, what's that? The ethical code, ethos of foundation. If you have read that, Steve, what's the ethos of foundation? Giving, serving, which opens up, if you have seen that famous picture of Mr. Keshe, when you give, you open the magnetic field, so you receive more. So giving, sharing, well, I can add unconditional love. These are the things which elevate the soul. So elevating the soul is explained in ethics of foundation. Compassion, they call it in Buddhist. And other religions, don't steal, don't whatever, and 10 commandments, 24 commandments. These all raise the soul, and the soul is so strong, then is able to do things. That's my opinion, but that's all I learned it in classes of Keshe Foundation, different diverse classes. So giving, compassion, really feeling this oxygen coming into my nose has been shared with all others in humanity on the earth. 7 million people, poor, rich, whatever. If we really feel it, empathy, compassion, giving, if we give even in small level, even in thinking, we think of peace on the earth. That costs nothing, but desiring this, all these things accumulate somewhere in our soul. That's my opinion. And it has nothing to do with material or whatever. It has its own science, which we don't know. It has its exactitude of itself, but it's not in material words, material measures. What do you think?
Absolutely, that's part of the natural functions of someone that might be enlightened, let's say, that is gotten rid of their own personal crap, essentially, and are able to now give unconditionally. This is the whole thing about it. It's the unconditional part that's tricky, because normally that's what we do as humans, is we get conditioned to our environment, and we get into habits, and we get we want our personal joys and personal trips to be accomplished, and so on and so forth. And some of us don't treat other of the humans very nicely when we get in that state. So then usually we end up getting in conditions where we get what's called a reality sandwich in the face, basically, or pie in the face. And we end up becoming more humble about one thing or another, and more enlightened. We give up some of that burden of heaviness of being angry, or the heaviness of being upset over small things, and the heaviness of not caring enough for people, and so on and so forth, and getting to the point where we're lighter, but we're also more effective and more intense at the same time. So this is the thing, the layers become, there's less layers, but they're more intense as you become more enlightened, or more, what would you say, less emburdened is another way to put it. So you have to get to a certain point in order to give. You have to be able to give, and some people aren't at that point. They're willing and able to take as much as they can. It's like, generally speaking, as humans, we spend the first part of our life accumulating things, and the middle part of our life appreciating those things, and the last part of our life giving away all those things. So some are takers, some are givers, but we all end up learning how to be givers eventually, because that's kind of the nature of being on this planet, I think, is to learn those lessons of how to be givers. If you aren't, then you'll learn the hard way. It's nice to learn the easy way, with knowledge, and then applying the knowledge. It's pretty simple. This whole idea of giving from the soul is only a couple of words. To give, you should know what to give means, and the soul. And you should know what your soul is. And if you don't know what either of those two words mean, then that's part of the big lessons that you need to learn in life. And eventually you will, even if it takes the last breath to figure it out finally.
And also, he said about detachment. I think it's difficult, the detachment at first, but because if you are attached to material, we cannot let go of our essence. As long as you are attached to things, we are followed by things.
That's and right, exactly.
If you see the leaders, the spiritual leaders, they have never been the rich people, because that kills the spirituality. And then you have to keep that power, and then you become, I don't know, Catholic Church. So the spirituality and detachment is very important. Mr. K said, but even though you have money, you say, this money is there, it's nothing to do with me. And I'm able to make money when I want, so we don't bother about that, because that's another toxic. I know it's difficult for the materialistic culture we live in, and but little by little we are getting, I hope. And I have a feeling that what we work on our spirituality, like in a bank, we put pieces of money, it would last forever. Because if the spirit lasts forever, after we die, it continues somehow. So whatever good we have done to raise it, it stays there. So it's a good investment, somehow, better investment than buying the papers or real estate or whatever. And
maybe that will be the money of the future. Instead of currency, we'll use emotional currency that way.
Or maybe they choose the president according to his past, how much he has helped people. And that's also, I think personally, when we cannot do physically something, we can do it with our intention to raise our soul. Just a wish, sincere wish for peace on earth. Peace. I have a said, now, if you want to pray, first pray for peace on earth, and then pray for yourself. That's what I tell anybody. That's the secret. Because peace on earth is the base, probably. So we can do it little by little, and then we get experts on it, I hope. And little by little, we can have all the benefits of this technology and more. Okay. I have another question on my Gans later, if you want to comment on this.
So Mehran, it's just to follow up. When I say enlightened, it's kind of like what Rick said, lighten the load, enlighten, lighten, shed those emotions that don't benefit you. In a way, you elevate to have 2 or 3 emotions at best, not 5 or 6 perhaps, because you don't have the fear. When you find peace, you don't have the fear, you don't have the anxiety, you don't have some of these emotions that they're not helpful to you in a way. They're locking you down into physicality. And so if you want to practice, that's what the dream state is for. When you go into the dream state, you can work on whatever you want in that state, or you can get to the point where you work out your fears in your dreams too. And so a lot of what you'll experience is with consuming the waters of the Gans is that it puts you through these emotional gymnastics in your dreams, and you really work out, especially for Estella, you really work out these things that you feel so in the matter state, you feel so that are so maybe burdensome to you, but in your dreams you'll be able to work through these to the point where they won't affect you in so much. The confidence that you gain from how you're being elevated leads to the enlightening of sorts, if that makes sense.
Actually, you have to look at your own self, basically, to reach that enlightenment that you're talking about. Because you need to be present in each morning and see yourself, how you interact with others, and identify your things you have to clear and, learn. I call it learn lessons. What you're supposed to see, what do I need to learn, and then memories come to you, and then you understand why you behave in that way or reacted that way, because something happened, and then you get it, and it's like, God, you free yourself from that, and you learn the lesson, and then you learn something about yourself, and then that's not going to happen again, and then that trigger is not going to come back if you really learn the lesson, because you know who you are, and you don't need to react. You're in peace within yourself because you saw why you understood why you maybe sometimes you get upset, or sometimes because we react to situations or people that the lack of this take from other people. But because if you don't need to go and take energy from someone else if you are satisfied with who you are. You don't need to go to prove yourself, ego or existence, try to get attention from other people. So that's how I understand is the enlightenment and the balancing of the field is observing yourself, because how you interact with the fields. Because even you can interact with the fields, but with respect. You give, you receive, because even receive, some people have a hard time. So you need to open your heart to even to receive and say thank you, appreciation, and do it, feeling it, with appreciation. So everything is a lesson, and everything is enlighten you to elevate your soul. That's why we are here. This is the kindergarten. This is the nursery. And my understanding, and it was very smart what Rick said, because as a kid, you receive toys, and then you grow, and then you have kids, you start to give. And when you get older, after the 45, I would say after 50, and then you start to really give, because maybe you have, who knows, 15, 20 years, and then you really start to, take that giving, because you're mature. You learn through life, and you try to mentor your kids or some friends, so it's like the wisdom of the life cycle. If you do it in the right way. Right now it's like saying, okay, I don't want to die from the virus, so I want to take off with my body. Why? I don't question that. I really, if I die from the virus, I die. If I'm able to go with my body, okay. But I think the most important for me is to be in peace. To be in peace and acceptance, and be able to, the people that hurt me, not to have resentment. And that's one of the toughest emotions to clear. To forgive others, forgive yourself. So that's enlightenment. Being able to take care of your own closet. So, anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to say one thing real quick. Can you do me a favor, Estela?
Yes.
Can you look at is your cup of man still side by side?
I think so. I'm not working with a cup of mine. I'm working with myself. I'm working with my voice, with my vibration, bringing it from my soul into the matter state, being present. I have a lot of in my plate right now. It's like I have to come out with $15,000 to fix my house so I can have hot water and fix all the pipes. I don't have sinks. And we've been like this for 2 weeks. So we've been pretty good. So, do you understand? being able to be a Buddha in the jungle in the middle of a complete still point of the planet, I'm okay. So what I'm doing is I have to work every day, you know, take care of the house with one sink. So, you know, I don't know what could happen tomorrow. So this is what the situation of this virus brings to me. Stay in the moment, stay balanced, have hope, be positive. And I want to quit smoking because that's hurting my body. But besides that, I'm okay. I don't want to attach to the cups because before I came to Keshe, that's what I was doing, working within myself at the, you know, connecting to the center of the earth, connecting to the sun and to my own star, and that's how I feel I'm gonna do it. And with sound, actually. So everybody believe in, like you said, you do in the path you want to do it. That's how I'm doing it.
I just added, I don't talk about enlightenment. Active vocabulary lighted under the fig tree, and they started teaching. Because if you wait to see the light, which is physical again, I don't know. I talked about what I learned, elevation of it, of soul. Elevation means making the soul, which is for me is a boss, stronger, stronger, stronger. And we don't need to give the light to people. Okay, I have the light, you have the green light, I have the yellow. Because
Sorry,
I think sometimes
you're breaking up, Mehran. We can't hear what you're saying.
Like myself, and it's very embarrassing that because I have to explain to parents. It's normal. They come to me. Don't worry. I attract these children, and it's very embarrassing for me because it's supposed to be. They answered me. It's because you have the aura which these children they see that your aura, and they are happy with it. They come to you. They get friendly. Even a child who lives in this building, I didn't know them very well, left her mother, said, I stay with you. So I had to explain the mother, which is not very happy. Don't worry, I was get the children attracted. So it's very embarrassing. You go street and you have the light. So we want to live on the earth for the moment. So that's all. It is a foundation. We are here to serve, not serve. And I like you also, like everybody, I work on myself really hard. Really, I mean, I put enough energy to work on myself, to be more humble, for example. Not to much of people that they be this or this, like Mr. Keshe. People lie to him, he knows it, he says nothing. A lot of people which cheat on him, he sees it, he says nothing. And I wish I work on it to be like that, because it takes less energy without negative emotions and fight to live. And so I don't get enlightenment or color of enlightenment and all that, certainly. To see what? To show what? Somehow.
Myrna, we were talking about light it up. At least myself is to make lighter, no, enlightenment. It's different. It's removing the heavy, the low frequencies closer to matter state and try to go more into the plasma field of like your soul, magnetical, less gravitational.
And less negative emotion, exactly
Right.
what you were saying there, Myrna.
That's what I was saying. It's more about like, for example, if I wake up in the morning, sometimes I wake up negative and it takes me an hour to change that energy. And that's not a good thing to start your day like that. So what do you do? Well, I try to be away from everybody. Less encounters. So, you know, that's what is to be aware, important to be aware of your, you know. Look, I read in the newspaper today in Australia, people, they are fighting in the streets, killing each other because everybody's so snappy with this lockdown. So, you know, you should be able to have your own thermometer and see how you doing, how you feeling. Are you in peace? Are you stressed out? Are you compressed? Are you relaxed? Are you happy? Are you positive?
Yep, exactly. And is there the presence or absence, excuse me, presence or absence of negative emotions as well? We should probably let Brandon have a say here.
Yeah, thank you.
Had his hand up for a while. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, thanks. So it's funny because my hand has been up about exactly what we've been talking about, and so I've just really enjoyed hearing everyone talk about what I was, you know, wanting to talk about, and I just want to preface this to just say that, you know, I'm really, if anyone has a scientific answer to these things, I want to hear them, but I don't think that these are like questions for opinions, because we all have opinions and they're really not like that big of a commodity because we've all got them. So I don't really care about my opinion, even about the questions that I feel. But I'm wondering, like, what is it that, how do people, you know, because we're talking about these things and we've all heard Mr. Keshe get 2 degrees upset about things, you know, passionate about, I wouldn't say upset, but we'll say passionate, full of emotional content about the people dying in the world, and all these kind of things. I did say earlier, we've both me and everyone, every other soul here has experienced talking with Mr. Keshe when he's doing his throat clearing thing like that, and that, you know, he you know, has experienced viruses, and so has Carolina, and really mostly everybody else. And you know, I know that there's a degree of real truth in what you guys are saying, and or what we're saying about enlightenment, and it being something of remaining gaining a space of not letting in negative emotions. And I do believe in that. I mean, I largely, because I'm a scientist with this stuff, you know, when I start feeling negative emotions, I actually track them and find where they came from. If they came from, there's a mechanism that our souls guide, where we switch bodies with people who are in negative energies sometimes because they can't handle, they don't have the soul power to handle their own karma. So we switch bodies, and that's why it's a mechanism that happens when we get into a room with somebody and they feel like crap and we feel great. And then when we leave the room, they feel great and we feel like crap. And so I've really looked at these mechanisms and stuff, and I just want to know, you know, if anybody has a scientific truth, or if Mr. Keshe, because a lot of you guys have been here for a long time, says how it is that if he is the master and the messiah that he says he is, why in the world would he ever get sick if it's just as easy as staying happy or not thinking negative emotions? Isn't he, or feeling negative emotions, isn't he the one teaching us about the mastering of emotions? And does this make sense to anybody? Like, has anybody kind of cracked the code? Because I do believe, I just want to say in the same sentence, I believe that he's exactly who he says he is. And I feel that I understand where he's coming from. But I want to know, has anybody else made scientific sense of it? Because it seems to me like there's a lot of talk about maintaining the emotions as if it's the only gift that we need. But, you know, part of why I'm asking this is that, like, I was just sitting down and I was praying while everyone was talking. How can I express what it is that I'm feeling? And I went back to the original point of my birth, and how when I was born just like you, into a world of pain and suffering, and there was lies being told, and I had to learn about these things. They didn't come naturally to me. You know, I had to learn about pain, and I had to learn about fear and stuff. And so I came off of my natural growth position. Like, if I would have been raised in a family that honored my soul or anyone's soul, you know, I could have stayed more on a natural growth path, but that wasn't my destiny. My destiny was to be born into a world, go into an alternate growth path that was not my natural growth path. And then for me, I had to go back to the 0 point and start over, which is, you know, I've talked in this class a little bit before about what that looked like. I had to walk through a wall of fire, which is represented in our solar system as the Oort cloud, which is like the wall of fire around our solar system, which would keep us from joining the universal community. So I had to go through that to get back to the 0 point and start over. So I'm wondering, how does this, how is it that you know, if it was as simple as maintaining our emotions, why have a spaceship institute? You know, if we didn't need to go back to the 0 point, then why would I need to go back to the 0 point? If it was as simple as just being happy. And, you know, if only being at the top of the mountain was important, then why would there be a bottom of the mountain? Because I've noticed that humanity itself has a soul, and it always seems like, you know, like the people at the top of the mountain seem to deny the people at the bottom of the mountain, and the people at the bottom of the mountain always seek to overthrow the people at the top of the mountain. And so isn't it our destiny to know the top and the bottom of the mountain, to stand at the top of the mountain and never forget one soul at the bottom of the mountain because we know that as long as one of us is suffering, all of us is suffering. Is that not true? You know, or
Well,
is it?
actually,
Have you ever, wait a minute, have you
imagine
ever heard of why Mr. Keshe said he came to planet?
I've heard a bit, but I've heard a bit of things that he said.
Well,
it's the pleasure. It's the pleasure of emotion.
That's exactly it.
See, I think,
but part of that is when you seek the pleasure, you also experience the pain, and the suffering, and then you start to realize that this whole sticky wicket is not just about the pleasure of being here on the planet. There's a whole lot of other stuff that comes with it, and so on and so forth. And that's, you know, part of experiencing it as a soul. You can, as a soul, we don't get to have those matter level, or, you know, as a soul, we don't have those experiences until you somehow incarnate into a matter level situation. And then, you know, you might have heard rumors of it from other souls in the soul level. Earth, don't go to Earth. Oh, what's Earth? You get curious because you're bored, and then you go, well, let's try Earth. And I hear there's something called pleasure there. I'm very intrigued. And you go to Earth and you find out all the, you know, pleasure, so-called pleasure of Earth, which is usually quite sort of nebulous and hard to get your hands on because it's so transient. But for whatever reason, we chase various pleasures on this earth, and some of them we get bored with, and we go on to more advanced things that we chase, and so on and so forth. And maybe eventually we get tired of chasing things, and you know, we find out our journey is to help people, or to help others find out who they are, and so on and so forth. Sort of a advanced game of tag, you're it.
So is that what Mr. Keshe says that he found when he came here? Is he came here sort of seeking pleasure and found that humanity had some big problems and we needed an institute? Is that kind of the story?
He's come to teach us.
Yeah, well, it depends on who you're talking about, because Mr. Keshe has had a change, what he calls a change of being, I think twice in his life, where, you know, basically his everything he's doing changed for a different, whole different program, whole different intention, and so on, gets set up. Different entity inhabited his physicality.
So Brandon, what I've come to think of is that why does the universal community want Earth to be a part of them? It's because we are the masters of physicality. And so just as we seek to be enlightened, not to use a better word, but to seek that soul level of existence, they too wish to sample the physicality, because they can't do it, basically.
Yeah.
So we elevate all the entities to, in a way. So when he came, I believe when he comes to this planet to teach, but it's the pleasure of the pain, and that's all part of the emotion that other entities, most of the universal community, from what I think I recall, can't do that process. They haven't elevated to where they are de-elevated to get to the physicality level, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes sense. I mean, I had a teacher who, he also had some very special organs in his body, and he claimed to have two souls. He had a very large thymus, actually, that actually stuck out of his chest, and he also had a cavity in his abdomen to sort of harvest, keep toxins from entering his bloodstream. And he said that that's the very same he came to this world to experience physicality and emotion, because it's not something that they had in the world that he was from. And he also found that the world sort of needed an institute. And so I do get that, but I'm wondering, you know, is it something that people, is it something that we're supposed to understand of like, how is it that the master of these arts is also getting sick, you know, has
Because
experience.
that's the
Mhm.
you see sick as that is part of the human experience. It's the suffering. It's not just the parts it's like it's not parts you want to experience. It's the whole plate. And
wait a minute, you said he is getting sick. What do you mean by he? You think Mr.
Well,
Keshe, the
well, I
entity,
mean,
is getting sick? You think his
well, I mean,
soul's getting sick?
no,
No,
it's not.
the
I'm not talking about,
physicality.
right, and that's what I'm.
So do you think he's not, you think he's really attached to the physicality? Like he wants to control it and he wants to make it perfect and everything? No, he's detached from the physicality. That's the whole point. That's what we're talking about, detachment and not worrying about the physicality. He's not worried about it. If it dies, it dies. Good. Finally, I get to leave this planet. He's tells us we'd be all committing suicide if we knew how beautiful it was on the other side.
Did you listen to his last 6 minutes yesterday?
Last 6 minutes of which? The
Yesterday's talk, the last.
One nation, one planet.
Yep. I can put it up if you want. He explains the whole thing there.
Oh, that would be
Right.
great
He
to
was
hear.
asked about that. Yeah, that might be good actually.
Yeah, I mean, I heard it, but I'd love to hear it again.
Can you do that, John? You get that teed
Sure.
up? Okay, thanks. Not many
Jefferson,
spiritual
would you like
leaders.
to go ahead?
Oh, yes. Good day for you all. Thank you very much for Mr. Keshe for your explanation. Just a question. We've seen many ovnis coming around the world in the latest week. We've seen many unidentified objects. So I'd like to ask Mr. Keshe, which planet has he come from, if he can answer that answer, because I think that all of this stuff, all of this technology is not from this world. It's coming from another world. If you can answer that for us, I don't know whether it's a subject for today, but I mean, I'm very interested about that as I study that. That's the question. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You asked a very difficult question because you do not know the map of the universe. So wherever I tell you, does not exist on NASA radar, and in so many ways, on no radar of the map. We come from the Creator. We are part of it. We are the messenger of it. And in so many ways, we are of it and we are itself. Where I come from is where your souls wants to be and to reach. And there's never been a birth for it and never been an end for it. What we know is very simple. I was explaining this to the head of the Keshe Foundation as trying to mature the soul to understand the both dimensions of physicality and the life of what we call the Creator. And this process of teaching, there's a lot of love and there's a lot of devotion. And in totality, we bring the soul who understands us at length and the level of our understanding with us. Then we can spread the knowledge and what we call the ethos of the universe. I come from where you call the Creator. And I go back to what you call the Creator. As I said, it was a matter of emergency to sort out the affairs of not only this planet, but the universe, because there's always problems everywhere. And at the same time, it was a time of reunion of old souls that in manifestation of physicality can understand and rejoice in bringing the soul of the Creator to one point. Maybe in the future, these words might be understood. And maybe today is understood by those who have already elevated to understand the path to the Creator. We don't claim none, as we are not to be claimed. And in so many ways, we carry the full knowledge because we have the Creator of it. And in so many ways, the knowledge we share will be shared till the time the man reaches the point of maturity of totality of the Creator, which will take, to man's time, trillions of years, because there is no end to this knowledge. And as you've seen, I have taught relentlessly, non-stop, for some 300 odd weeks. And there is not a week that the new knowledge is not shared, be it in all aspects of the knowledge of the creation. In the next few months, we'll bring you to understand the way we brought you to understand the power of the Gans, to understand the power of your soul. And this will be done through the structure we set up and through the new souls which have arrived. And they have accepted the responsibility for the new cycle. You soon will understand as we share the knowledge and as we understand more. So if you ask me where I come from, look within you, within your soul, and you'll find me, and you know where I am and where I come from. Not very far, but far enough that man has to reach very deep in his soul that he might be gifted, that he might see the light of it and the strength of it. Thank you very much.
Very strong words.
Thank you, John. That was perfect.
Can I say something about Keshe? The coughing which she does and which is shared, I heard that it was when they were in Brazil. The people who don't want his existence, they sent him and the director of Keshe Foundation, especially the men, they sent him some big stuff, kind of a big virus to end them. And that was a sort of attack in Brazil on them. And that's why Mr. Keshe is coughing and Mrs. Keshe. But I think the day he has a little bit time, he would take care of it also, because he's 20, maybe he sleeps 2-3 hours. He's on the call for every a small child or woman or man who is sick, who needs help. He stays there. He gives the protocol. Even for one person, he gives so much attention. So
that's right. And also, he hasn't missed a single Knowledge Seekers workshop in the past, what's it been, 6 years, basically, 6.5 years. 7 years, actually, when you, well, close to 8 years. He's always been completely punctual, never missed a single one, even on holidays. Every holiday you can imagine, including New Year's and Christmas Eve, and always in the early morning for him. And he's always been there every single time.
And he explained in some teaching I heard, somebody said, who am I, where I'm coming from, what's the reason for all that? And he explained it, that why we're here, where we come from, what's the goal, and where we go. So he is very crystal clear in knowledge. And that's the only place I know of we share everything. I mean, he shares everything. A lot of people have made, some students in the past who make fortunes with his knowledge, they have gone and no contribution, nothing. He gave everything. And I tell you, as far as I've heard, the advancement in Iranian spaceship and probably Chinese, they are very advanced, and I think they make a spaceship which is conducted by soul. You see how much we're still far from that. So the knowledge is vast knowledge, and everybody understands according to his comprehension, and it's correct. The same with the soul. Everybody according to his karma, his way, continues his way, and that's the best way there is. We don't have to look like somebody. We have to be honest with ourselves if we can, and that honesty is what gives the happiness. The real joy is, I read somewhere, the clean hands. Really cleaning hands. He was saying the other day, just clean your life. What have I done to somebody who has been affected by it? What have I done? What's my responsibility? Cleaning all these things. Cleaning all these things. It might even help us, for me, in my opinion, not to catch viruses. Cleaning our whole life, have a clean life. I mean, as much as we can, of course, as much as we can. And knowing that the Creator gives the same life to everybody the same way, the same life to everybody the same way. It's up to us to clean and to dare to get closer and closer, you know, to give and take away the magnetical so we can get. It's really up to us. That's as far as little things I understood, which I share. Maybe tomorrow I have another idea. And as far as the person who said, how do we know Mr. Keshe, what he pretends to be? As far as my own knowledge, if you look at the books, old books or religion books, and you study that, or for example, in Shiite Muslims, they are waiting for Mahdi, and there is characteristics, there is a date, there is a condition, there is things that you have to match it. If Mr. Keshe has that, if he does that, and for example, for Buddhists, they wait for Messiah 2,500 years after the birth of Buddha, which is now, and they say, what's the quality of this person, what he does, how does he look, where does he come from? And if you study these things, and I'm sure in Avatar, Krishna and Zoroastrian, and also they are waiting, and Jewish and all that. So if you read those things, predictions of the past, and then you can realize if Mr. Keshe gets into that cadre, into that qualification or not. You understand?
Yes, I do, and I was very clear that I believe he's exactly who he says he is. What my main question was does it make sense that all we need to do is maintain our emotions, and if maintaining our emotions is the only thing for us to do, then why have an institute, a spaceship institute? And that's really was my main point. I don't doubt Mr. Keshe is who he says he is because I have the ability to check. So I checked his energy a long time ago, and I checked again, and I check again, and check again, and he remains consistent as far as my checking goes. So I don't have any doubt that he is who he says he is. But I'm saying that if that's the case, then is it the truth that negative emotions have manifested a virus in his body?
No.
That's what I'm asking.
We are talking about the soul. No, emotion is a future. We can have any moment anger or sadness or happiness, but the soul is, in my opinion, something stable. So, it doesn't move. It doesn't have good or bad. Soul is soul. You understand?
I think emotions, negative emotions, makes weaker your field.
No. Emotion is a future. Anytime we can be. I mean, we have to understand why we are angry, read the books, and try to be more happy. But soul is something else. The soul is another entity from the emotion. Emotion is the filter between heart and the soul. You understand? Like we are fearful of something and it must be good for us. We don't go to the street without, emotion is sometimes good, not always bad. But as far as to be more happy, we can follow the instructions according to whatever we need. But soul is something else. It's something which is coming from God. It's coming from other places, and it's inside our brain now. So that's the part which goes back to God, to Creator, and it's the same for everybody. It's the same. We with the body, we can do something. Our soul elevates and shines inside, and gets closer to by giving, we get closer to the Creator. And Creator is love, the love which we can never imagine. Love in that level means all the joy in the world. Maybe that's why Mr. Keshe works hard, because he wants to get even closer to that joy of love and passion with Creator. So because something is moving him to serve all the time by teaching, by whatever he can. So that's the ethos of soul study of KF Foundation: giving, serving, controlling our soul in this way. I mean, beautifying, cleaning our soul. But emotion, in my opinion, is sometimes necessary, I think. Of course, I work on myself also. I have a lot of things to better
That's
myself.
what work on self is, though. It's working with your emotions, because there's such a wide ranging range of emotions that from what we call negative emotions and what are positive emotions, and what's the difference there, and what are the ranges of human emotion, and how do we elevate ourselves when we're in some of the lower emotions that we know are using our energy and not being a leech on our emotion, basically. And how do we counteract that, and how do we elevate ourselves, and how do we help others to elevate themselves as well? It's all part of the enigma, and it's not a simple answer. It's the answer is in every moment for everybody.
Can I share something? Can I share something? I have
Yes, someone with your last name, we can surely use your advice.
I wanna ask Brandon about this. So I took a class of dowsing in 2010. It's almost 10 years ago, and so it was actually like a 3 times class, and so I have a book. And this is when I don't feel right and I don't identify what's the problem. I ask, basically, I connect to myself, right? I don't know physically, I let it, my soul tell me. So I douse and I found the answers. Usually, it could happen that I need to elevate my pH of my body, or I have certain issues I need to solve or clear my field. Could be spiritual, could be emotional, could be physical. It could be environmental. And I found the answer and I balance it up. Like it's almost the same like when Keshe said, okay, detach, reposition yourself. Well, you can do that with the dowsing, with the dowser. Or use radionics. I use numbers and stuff and put it in the field to create an effect with intention, and it worked. So, are you familiar with that, Brandon?
Yes, it sounds very much like Raymond Grace's work and Hannah Kroger's work. And that's where I started in the very beginning of my divining. And well, the first time I ever doused something, my dad just handed me a stick and said, go out in the yard and find water. And that was the very beginning. But then after that, when I started to learn in 2006, that's how I learned. And then when I met this gentleman who was also from the creator, and he actually claimed to be the creator. He taught me another technique, which is it's much more of a finding of a discovery technique. So I don't really ask any questions. I find what's the harmony and what's disharmony, and then I use science of reference points. So it's more like a discovery thing now. I discover where things come from and what's at the bottom of things. But I am very aware of the systems that you're talking about of taking finding what kind of energies are there, and then neutralizing any non-beneficial energies, raising things to their highest energy point and their highest vibration, or what's the word, highest life force level, kind of raising the food and raising the body's energy, balancing.
Actually, in the last 2 days, I was having a kind of putting the dots together of the things I learned in my life. And what what came to me is almost saying, I am the waters, I am the voice. Like talking about I am in physicality, you know, like the flow of my soul, you know, into the waters of my body, and then my voice is the expression of my soul. And then actually the way how I do the dowsing, in reality I feel it in my body. I know the answer before I ask the question or even I douse it, because you make that connection. And
Right.
and then I thought, okay, I am the voice, I am the waters. So I said, my voice is my command. Basically, what we do, if we don't realize what we do, is when we talk, we're not understanding what we're saying, you know, with intentions and the powerful of the voice and the words. Because you can easily tell your body, elevate the frequency, heal the cells, harmonize everything. You are the director, you know, or the voice, you know, and that was one of the kind of when I got into the dowsing, but actually saying, you know, the voice, the command, the way how we say the words, the way how we make the sentence is the whole trick. The way how we position it in relationship to how we talk. And even the most humble, harmonious sentence could be very powerful instead to use the emotion, you know?
I do, and I completely agree with you. It's interesting when you keep talking, you keep coming back to the voice, and I keep thinking every time you say it how the beginning of the Bible says, you know, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God.
Yeah, and another reflection is everybody has a key as a tone of the voice of the soul, and we are here to make a symphony, and we are divided, but in reality we're supposed to be unified as like a harmony, right? So this is what I've been thinking in the last 2 days. The infinite loop, the cup of man, and the interesting node of the throat of the voice and the interconnection, right? And you know, and the voice is the air and movement, right? And the vibration of my physicality generates some kind of tone. And it creates a vibration in my body also, which is everything is connected to that voice. And if we go back to the nanoparticle and all that graphic is a little bit, you know, I believe the movement of our cells and everything is connected to our breath and our heartbeat and the voice. So I don't know, maybe I'm too crazy.
So Brandon, you said you wanted a scientific process to explain it. And
yes.
If I ask you to explain the scientific process to a breatharian, I believe that's what you said at one point. Is that how you
Breatharian.
breatharian?
Breatharian.
In a way, if you can explain scientifically how one no longer needs to breathe to survive, as well as not eat, in a way, you don't need to confirm your existence through your emotion by doing those two things. The taking that we do with every breath that we take to confirm that we exist comes by way of the emotion. See, that's why I know it's so difficult to define these words emotion, but here I go in with the three conditions again. You have your emotions of physicality, you have, in a way, emotions of the soul of physicality, and then you have the fields, in a way, of the emotion that are from the soul of the man. So the soul uses the soul of physicality to confirm it exists, and the soul of physicality uses the emotion through the physicality to confirm that it exists. Can you follow that?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can explain scientifically how one can survive on this planet without the need to breathe, but can use the fields of the environment to get everything he needs, then you're on the path to explaining it to yourself. You may not be able to put it into words that are scientific at the level that you need to go to, like science 2.0. That's why I always call this transitional plasma physics, because it's not matter physics. We're talking about another level of physics and another level of science. And
Right.
even though we use words that are
the stuff, as Mr. Keshe said, that NASA can't take pictures of.
Okay.
Yes, and I do, when I go without food and stuff, I never crave food, but I see, I don't like to just, I can hear Mr. Keshe, and I can know that he has reference points that are beyond my reference point. And I also acknowledge that his soul is giving me reference points that I need to be in a position to receive. But at this point, you know, the beings that I experience, the beingness of my soul, when I see other souls, I've seen souls with noses, who look like they're breathing, and that I've experienced the heartbeat of the universe, and I've experienced this, people say the wind always blows. I've experienced that there's one great wind blowing through every crack and crevice in the universe. So if there's a wind, is there a breath? Is that the universe breathing? And so I don't know yet that I don't know the state beyond breatharian, but I know that my teacher, who claimed to be, like I said, from the very same place, that when I hear Mr. Keshe talking, it's just like Wiley talking, and he was what they called the father of breatharianism. So he was the first person to kind of bring it into the Western world and say, look, this is what it is to live completely from the soul. So I don't know from a personal perspective. I really don't like to know anything from anyone else's perspective. But from my personal perspective, I haven't seen a place that's beyond the breath, where I don't need to breathe. Now, I've gone into states where I've done these breaths and physically passed out, and then come into the soul's breath. But what's beyond the soul's breath, I really don't know. I definitely cannot begin to explain that from a scientific perspective, because the only way that I know to explain anything scientifically is to have reference points. And I just don't have those reference points.
You do, and you've done it before. See, that's when he showed when he showed the fetus in the womb, that was the time when you experienced it. That's when you lived without breathing, and you grew and you fed without eating. And so it's in your history, it's in all our histories.
But my mother was breathing, and if she stopped breathing, I would have stopped living in that body. I'm not saying that I would die,
right?
Because I know that when my dad died, he visited me, and that was the first time I ever saw him in a perfect body. So,
but what Mr. Keshe is trying to teach you in the medical teachings, if you go and watch those, is that and he said it, maybe you've heard him say it a couple of times, that the oxygen doesn't get past the lining of the lung. The foods doesn't get past the particles don't go past the lining of the stomach. It's the fields that provide. And so when you're a fetus in the womb, your mother, it's not your mother eating for you. Everything that you need comes from outside, and the condition that you're in, you take what you need. But of course, there's that 80-20% still issue. It's that if she didn't provide 20% of the blood proteins to your body, you would have been deficient. And so when you were in that condition, you were at you were at 100%. And so that's why sometimes we've experienced where the mother has passed and the baby takes 10-15 minutes to get out of the mother, and it still lives. And so our understanding of how of biology is kind of missing some pieces. And so that's why maybe you might find that some of these answers in the medical teaching, because a lot of people never went through watching all those, and they don't understand how there's another perspective to look at the body. There's Dr. Kostova showed us the traditional understanding, and then Mr. Keshe would do his understanding and add to it. And so,
right.
but when in the last teaching, he showed how he wanted to see babies being born into a fluid and they never take a breath, and they live without that nitrogen that causes them to want to confirm that they exist. When they're born into an environment where they don't need to take a breath, then they don't have that nitrogen issue from the atmosphere that causes them to want to be takers. They're always a giver. And so, but for us, and he even touched on it about how what can we do for us that have already been born to this, that are already been takers? We've been takers our whole life. Well, it's to teach us how to feed off of the fields, and to survive off the fields. And so the spaceship technology is the ideal way to go into space in different instances, whether you go by donkey or you go by the soul. And whatever we theorize or want to use in space has to be applicable on this earth. So the medical we're doing, because there'll be no doctors in space. The food we touch on, because there's no supermarkets and farms in space. And the breathing, because there's no scuba masks and there's no oxygen tents in space. And we should be able to utilize all that technology on Earth for those that are here, even though people will perhaps be using it in space. That's what I think. That's why the foundation was created, to allow the people that are going to be here to have peace from food worries, or from pollution worries, or from all these worries that are associated with our consumption. Do you follow me there?
I do.
Can I add one thing, please? For you guys.
Simple.
Very, very simple. Yes, really very simple. Look, you will never be a taker without giving, and you will never be given without taking. And one very important thing, you will not be detached, because if you detach from something, you attach yourself for something else. It is the reference point. What is your source of energy? That's all. Your source of energy. You take from it and you give from it. You give from it and you take from it. All of us here, all the entities in the whole universe, universe, whatever, even the creator, he give and he receive. If he don't receive, he will not be exist. You attach yourself, no way, no way. You will never be attached. You are not single in the whole in empty space. There is no empty space. If you attached from something, you must detach for something else. This is the point. All of us here, all of us in every single second, you are creator. And you can create whatever you want, whatever you want. But it need only understanding. Which source of plasma I want to create, because this is responsibility. If you create, you need to give it all the time, the whole your life, even after life, because this is the creation you are responsible of. That's why God or the creator is a giver all the way, all the time, forever. Because this is one of Mr. Kash's teaching, and this is the most powerful one. He said, before you create something, pray for it, because this is your creation. That means you will connect to it and you give it all the time. That's why he said, don't support everything and anything, because if you support, that means you are giving. So it will take from you and you will receive from it. Because if you give, you receive. That is normal. That's why we said magnetical and gravitational. There is no gravitational magnetical. If you say this is gravitational, in the split of second, in the same time, it is magnetical. So it's receive and you give at the same time. This boy you speak about, this child who is only a giver. No, my God. In your perspective, he is a giver because he do not attach himself to the matter state what we are, but he attach himself to another source of energy, and this is higher than what we have. You see how simple is that? It's really, Stefan and all of you, it's very simple. You are a human being. Wherever you go, you have a soul. This soul will never change. You will add to it, you will take from it, but it will never change. Which source of energy you want to touch yourself to it? That's why Mr. Cash said, give. What is the best one thing to give is love. Because if you love something, you give it freely without condition. And this is the law of the universe. And you need to be sure 100% when you give, you will receive, because this is the law. So what kind of things you want to give, that you receive. The best thing is what? Is love. Because this what make you happy, this what make you confident, this what make you in peace, because You don't need anything else. It's sort of energy. From this energy, you can do whatever you want. Free for everyone. But you cannot only take. You have to give. So it's better for me. I give from the source what I want to have. All of us is giver. Everyone in this earth is giver. Everyone, even the killer, even the most devil one, he's a giver. And he received from what he loves to do. He loves the power. He loves to be a boss. He loves to be a king. This is his creation. It's not necessary. It's good for you. Mr. Keshe said, stick with the ethos of the foundation. What is that? Give unconditionally. And this is the law of the universe. Detached from the matter state, but attached yourself to the ethos of the foundation, of the ethos of the universe. You attached. So you detach from something, you attach yourself to another, because you cannot live without that. There is no meaning for your existence if you don't have this too. Give and take. And it's simple. Thank you very much. Go back to work.
Thank you.
Last January gave us a very good teaching. It was magnificent. The details how he connects the magraph with our interchanging the soul with our physic. I don't know if you want to listen to it. It's about 8 minutes. It's the 313 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Round 3-hour mark.
I'm toast myself. If you want to look it up, you can, but it's been 5 hours and I am very tired.
Yeah, well, I've got it on the image. I've got it. I've selected it, but I don't know if you want.
If you want to put it on, we can. But I
Fine.
want to wrap up the workshop pretty soon here.
What do you all say?
Do I have the time to ask you just why my Gans? I had a lot of Gans of CO2, a couple of man 2, a couple of man 1. I put them negligently on the table. I didn't look at them. I didn't put them in the sunshine. And it's moldy. I open it, it sounds like humidity. And it's molding, like where you put tomato sauce in somewhere and it has something over it, like mushroom. Why does it happen to my Gans?
Well, you must have mold in the air, Marinus.
Yes.
Or the water, or there's a problem with your water. What water supply are you using?
I buy the gallons of non-mineralized water from supermarket.
Demineralized water.
Exactly. Yes. And I don't know, I was just neglecting them because I have so many. It was in the middle of the table. I really neglected them. I didn't know they exist. And now I open, it smells. And now I put them in the sunshine and somewhere I can wash it. But it has happened to me also in the past. It smells like humidity when I open. Do you have anybody? No? Yeah, rotten.
Rotten what?
No, somebody says it's rotten.
Rotten plasma.
Rotten. You got some bad plasma there. Yeah, well, It sounds like if you know mold and you think you have mold, well, there's it's got to come from the air or the water, basically. So maybe check your ventilation filters and ventilation supply to make sure it's not moldy.
Yes.
How long do you think it took to do this?
2 weeks.
Jeez,
2-3 weeks.
And you had the 15% salt in the water.
50. Oh yeah, I respected
The
yeah.
regular concentration of salt in the water.
Yes, yes.
Maybe she's growing some little friends.
Yeah, I thought about that.
Maybe you could think of them as, you know, those little seahorse things when you get when you're a kid. Just advanced. This will be the next stage we go to, is creating life forms, Mehran. So you'll be right on the leading edge of that.
Yeah, I'm enthusiastic about that. That would be wonderful to have children, soul children.
Well, you got to be careful. If you create children, you know what a hassle they can be.
I know. Yeah, I will have to be responsible for them.
You got to be responsible for them, exactly. So you got to be careful what you create out there, boys and girls.
In fact, Mr. Keshe says in the beginning of the course, the teaching, that your soul, you worry about how to take care of your children, where they sleep. And we should do that with our souls. What's the future of our soul? How we can take care of them? No, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That
yeah.
Even our souls, we have to take care and worry about, like the children, where they are going to end and how to take care of them. Yeah.
But not to worry about them.
And no, the worry, care about their future.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that we have them hands full now. I wish you all luck, because I know we are passing a hard time with all these controversial things. I wish everybody good time, and I know it's very, very hard time for all of us. I don't watch TV, I don't have to watch TV, so that's good. Because you see, when I I hear about the death at the same time, I look at that otherwise now. Before I was very much in pain. Now I say that's their, that's the best thing that could happen to them. I mean, their death was written, as they say, at this time. And if they are good people, they will have a good life after that. So, we try to temper these things. But I really have also anxiety, like everybody else, for others, what will happen. But at least we try to listen to courses and get somewhere.
Mehran, Brett has some words of wisdom here that ring true to me too. He says, you're using the wrong water. Use filtered water, not demineralized. And I was going to suggest you could use distilled water as well, instead of demineralized, because demineralized, they remove the minerals, but they don't necessarily clean the water as such. It doesn't go through the same evaporation process as for distilled water, or it doesn't go through the filtering process necessarily. So you might be better off with filtered or distilled water.
We don't have
Mehran, if I may, sorry to interrupt again. I do that very well, don't I? White vinegar mixed in with your filtered or clear water, and some Gans water mixed in with white vinegar will get rid of any mold that you have on surfaces inside your house or whatever very quickly and very efficiently. It's an old, you know, grandma's method, but white vinegar and So, you know, if you've got a mold problem, just do that and wipe your walls down with a cloth and keep rinsing it out and dipping it back into the white vinegar mixture with some Gans water, and you'll get rid of your mold. I know because I've done it myself in my house, and it works a treat. How much do you put vinegar? Look, not too strong. You know, if you make it too strong, you might have to wear rubber gloves or something to stop irritating on your skin. But you know, just a splash into at the bottom of a bucket. You don't fill the bucket up. You just, you know, fill it up a quarter full, and tip a little bit of white vinegar in, and add a little bit of Gans water, and start wiping with a cloth on your walls or whatever surface, and the mold will, you know, you might even have to do it twice just to be sure, but it will disappear. I don't think we kill it. I think it's not there to bother us anymore. Anyway, that's what I do. You know, I'm not saying it's etched in stone, but it works for me.
So I should empty the jar with the Gans and Gans water, clean it, and then put it back with some vinegar.
No, I don't think he's saying that.
Mix Gans water with some vinegar and use a sprayer.
It's
a
good.
big sprayer.
It's good what you're saying to clean the bottle, but you're going to be putting just the regular salt water back in, and you'll have to choose maybe a different water. Might be a good choice too.
Yeah. Okay.
I would just say that anything that you create in the cup is life. It's a soul. You don't want. It's amino acid. It's not. You know, that's why. If you followed the protocol and built the cup the way it's shown, no matter what manifests in there is something that you created, and there's a reason why you created it, not that.
The thing is though, Stephen, there's sometimes you use a cup and you put it in the corner of the house to absorb, and you're supposed to dump out the contents because it'll absorb the virus, and you're supposed to get rid of it. So there's different, you know, conditions.
My understanding is that if you put a cup of the sweet water somewhere, but we're talking about the cup as a reactor. The reactor cup is always active. So I think that if you have a cup of sweet water that you put around the house, that'll absorb the fields, and those are the ones that you dump down the drain, right?
No, it's actually the salty, the very strong salty water is what you put into containers around the house and dump it into the toilet every day.
Okay.
Right.
With amino acids.
So, and Mr. Keshe has talked about different life forms, and we've seen pictures and videos of them as well. And sometimes moldy, yucky looking things get created, and they can get pretty chunky at times. And it's not necessarily a good thing. And once you've created a life form, then you have to decide to dispose of it or grow it into something, into a real boy or whatever you're creating.
Right, like I showed my little sea urchins but that wasn't in a reactor. That was in the holding cup where I put all the Gans water, basically. So I was just saying, in the reactor, if you create something that looks like mold in the reactor, you're one cup.
No, it's not in the reactor.
It's not in the reactor.
In this car. It seems like better since yesterday. I put it in the sun. I opened it and I put it in the where the light comes in, and it looks better.
Is it the salt water? Is it the salt water wash?
Both of them are a little washed, not completely, or maybe one of them is completely washed. No, I don't use them. In fact, I use 2 other jars for utilization because I have 3, 4, 5 of them. I think I didn't pay attention to him, honestly. So I try to put them somewhere and look at them and put it in the where there's light and sun and see what happens. And I hope something is going on.
Yeah, generally people don't have that as an issue, so I don't think it's generally a problem. But yeah, mold is not good and should be dealt with in one way or another.
That I think because I didn't pay attention to it, I didn't meet them, I didn't even notice them, honestly. So I see what happens now. Thank you. Thank you, Rich.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I gotta go. I just wanted to say goodnight to everyone. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak, and I'm present.
Well, thank you for your input tonight, Stephen. You have some good insights you brought up and brought things out of people as well. So that's all been good.
Okay, good night. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Any other last thoughts before we wrap up?
Yes, Skywalker, I have, that's one picture for you all. From Let's One, my bottle, I make it the picture from inside.
Okay, you can share that now?
Yes. Moment. You see?
I see. I'm not sure what we're looking at though. What are you pointing out?
The Gans in the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pointing the Gans.
Mm-hmm.
I shake it the bottle a little bit, and you can look it. It's under is a little bit black spots.
Okay.
I have.
So that looks normal.
Yes, a little bit normal. Wait a minute, I have another pictures. This is the head. I have another. This is the stone, what is broken up from the head. And I have another picture from 2 years. Wait a minute.
Skywalker, can I ask what head you're talking about? It was the head manifesting on top of the Gans, or is that a completely separate? What head are you talking about?
I talking about this one. These 2 pictures. This stone broken from this stone.
Okay, so is that a volcanic stone, like a thunder egg or something like that? That came out of a volcano, or maybe fell from the sky out of the universe? Do you think at some stage? What is that?
No, this is from the river.
Yeah, righto.
In the river. Last time I pick it the pictures from last time you look at the last time reactor group, you see the bottle, and this bottle is close from the river.
Yeah. So it's something you found in the river, and then you
Yes.
broke it, and that is what was inside. Is that right?
No, yes, I not broke it. This stone same fall out from
Stone like grew. This grew on the bottle, basically, from the bottle being in the river, right?
Yes.
And then the other part broke off of this main part.
Yes, it's a little bit silverish on this. I don't know what is this, but it's interesting. And I have another pics. This is auch interesting. This is the black spot is a G point. I give it the name from this black spot left side and white side. I think this is CO2 and I don't know what I make it. I found this picture. You think so? It's many spots, and in the middle I have a black spot, and it's very interesting, this black spot.
Is this on your Gans, or how? What magnification?
Yes.
This is
Yes.
quite magnified then.
This is Gans. This is very interesting. This is so long time in the pot, and growing and growing and growing, and all is white. One spot is black. I don't know why he come, but he come to this era or this thing. It's very heavy, this black spot.
Why do you have white spots growing on your Gans?
I think it's from CO2. Little bit white, little bit yellowish. Is it?
But it's floating on the surface, isn't it?
Yes. And one spot is black. I give it the name the G point, gravitation point from the another. I don't know. I look at this, very interesting for me. So many spots, and one spot is black.
Yeah, I don't know. No idea.
Yes, I don't know.
I'll tell you what it looks like to me. Like we had recently in New Zealand, near me over here, a volcanic explosion on White Island, which is an active volcano, and some of the pictures of the people that got caught or survived that volcanic eruption were taking photos of water and streams coming out of the volcano that look very similar to this. High concentrations of minerals in a solution and forming solids, and many different colors, amazing colors, and it just looks exactly the same to me, that it's a mineral formation crystallizing out of liquid into a solid. And there'll be a black one, there'll be brown ones, there'll be, many different sorts. I don't know if you've got a backlight going on there with the green, but you don't need that if you're near a volcano, because the water has that green color. And, that's what the Earth is producing all the time. it's producing these high densities of minerals that are rising up to the surface and converting, coming first out of the universe and then converting into various minerals that we know. But it just looks to me very much like a volcanic pool with a high concentration of minerals.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you, Skywalker. It's interesting, and we have no idea what it is, and it's up to you what you've created to deal with it. Is it growing? Still continues to grow?
Yes, it's growing. It's a little bit bigger, bigger, and bigger.
Well, if it grows arms and legs, then you start to get worried. Or if it's swimming. If it's swimming, you know it's
you can always use it as a bowling ball when it when it gets big enough. Sorry.
And it can start life as a snooker ball before that. So there you go.
Perfect, Rick.
Yep. Yeah, he have a hair on the surface.
Yeah, well, people are gonna have a hard time with that as a bowling ball, I'll tell you. You grab it first. No, you grab it. I'm not touching that thing. Yeah. So
okay, thank you.
I don't know. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
You can report back next week if it's one of you report back, either the black thing or you, depending who wins.
See who survives. Till next week.
Yeah, we like cereals here. Okay, I'm going to wrap things up, ladies and gentlemen. It's, oops, what happened here? Oh, there it is. Trying to share my correct screen. There. Yes, so thank you everybody for delightful. It's been almost 5.5 hours here of the Keshe Plasma Reactor group. It's been a delightful workshop here with lots of input from different people and some good ideas coming up and lots of deep things to think about and penetrate as we go through our lovely lives on this planet. I'm having a great time with the whole virus thing, and it's given me all kinds of advantages in my life and made me feel freer and better every single day. And I just continue to drink the Gans water more, I think more every day too. And things are going really amazingly well in many ways. So I hope your lives are going well as well. And we'll see you next week at this same time and place for the Plasma Reactor group. And of course on Thursday at 9 a.m. Central European Time for the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And next Tuesday for the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace, as the usual times and places for those platforms. Okay, any other things I missed or anybody want to say anything before we end? Going once, going twice, gone. All right, thanks everyone, and see you in the next stream.